Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council and Housing Authority on Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. Please join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Now please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Madam Assistant City Clerk, welcome and thank you for joining us this evening at the helm. Will you please conduct the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Anthony?
Present.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
And Vice Mayor Perez?
Here. All right, there will be 5 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the general public comment period begins. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card to address the council to Ms. Ty over here, our Assistant City Clerk. If you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. If you would like to participate in public comment for the public hearing over the phone, please call anytime between now and the beginning of the public hearing at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. Additional public comment periods will be available following the reports to council this evening, and interpreters are available for assistance with public comment. We have Spanish and Armenian interpreters right here with us today, right in the front row. And please connect with them if you are in need of services. Please do so before the end of the public comment period so they can go home if nobody needs them. And if somebody does need interpreters, they are here speaking Armenian and Spanish. Thank you both for being here tonight. All right, we have 4 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for December 10th, 2024. The Burbank Fire Department has joined with ABC7 and other Southern California fire departments to sponsor the 32nd annual Spark of Love Toy Drive. Donations are being accepted now through December 24th. For further information, please contact the Burbank Fire Department at 818-238-3473 or visit abc7.com/Spark of Love. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications for vacancies on the Infrastructure Oversight Board and the Planning Commission for unexpired terms ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to submit an application is Friday, December 27th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The City of Burbank is gathering feedback through January 15 to help improve its bus stops. The community is invited to share their thoughts about any features and amenities they would like to see at the bus stops, as well as their general experience with transit. To complete the survey, visit the City of Burbank website or scan the QR code on your screen. Volunteers are needed for the homeless count in Burbank at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. Facilitated by the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, this point-in-time count is a visual snapshot of the number of people experiencing homelessness in Burbank. Volunteers may register by visiting theycountwillyou.org. For more information, contact the Burbank Homeless Team at 818-238-5182. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, Mr. City Manager, do we have anything to report?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Yes, I do have 2 items to report tonight. The first item, I am very excited to introduce our new Library Services Director, Eric Lashley. If I could invite him to come up and introduce himself. He just started last week. He's already hit the ground running, and he's going to talk a little bit about himself and his background.
Welcome, Mr. Lashley. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here tonight. So thank you. Good evening, Council and Vice Mayor. I'm so glad to be here. I'm Eric Lashley. I am the new Library Services Director. This is my 2nd week. I have 30 years of experience in public libraries, and I'm so happy to be here. I want to thank the staff to be so welcoming, especially Melissa Potter, who served as interim director. She's been an absolute wealth of knowledge for me. First week was a whirlwind. First night I worked, I got to meet Councilmember Takahashi at the Sister City meeting, and on Friday I got to MC the Job Connect Plus graduation. We had 3 council members there, so thank you for attending. That was a great event. When I speak to community groups, I always say that libraries are not about books. Libraries are about people. Great libraries help build communities. Great libraries change lives. And so for us, Burbank is a wonderful community. It's got that small town charm. I can already feel it. Everybody here has been so welcoming. When I was in Georgetown, Texas, we won the national medal, the highest honor any library can receive. We were a community-centric library, which meant that we had partnerships with nonprofits that do services in the library. We designed a wonderful library that had a coffee shop, a wonderful teen area. We had public art. We had live music concerts within the library. It was a true community center. We also did mobile library services. We had 2 bookmobiles. We went to nursing homes, low-income apartment complexes. We did pop-up libraries in parks. So we did lots of stuff that really went out into our community and served our community. I'm so excited to be here at a critical time for this library. The new library project sounds awesome. Again, the community here deserves a world-class library. I've got experience doing that, so I'm so excited to bring that. So I'm looking forward to working with you in the community. And with that, I just want to say thank you. And it's been a great almost 2 weeks working here. So thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And I just have one more item. I'd like to call up Police Chief Albanese to provide a quick update on our this past weekend's gun buyback.
Good evening, Council. Vice Mayor, how are you? So for Council, Chamber, and public, you have a snapshot photo of what occurred on Saturday. I will share this with you. We did not expect the volume of weapons to come in. Did not expect. We were overwhelmed with numbers. This is our third iteration of this effort. Typically, we average around 70 weapons. This year, it was 138 weapons, to include 6 assault rifles. So there's an intake process, but what you don't see is behind the scenes that every weapon certainly has to be cleared and safe, and it's inputted into a system, the automated firearms system. And out of all the weapons that we received, there was not one stolen weapon. The theme, there was a lot of what I'd call vintage weapons that had probably been in a family for a long time. So I would say it was a great success. And that's it.
Thank you, Chief. That's great to hear.
You got it.
Appreciate it. All right. Anything else to report?
That's it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Great to hear that. And I loved seeing the rifle that looked like it was Yosemite Sam's. All righty. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, for the benefit of the public, City Council met at 5:30 p.m. this evening in closed session to discuss one matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The case is Panasini versus City of Burbank and Darren Arjun. It was a traffic accident case. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Alrighty, now is the time for general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have a designated seat right here in the corner at the front for speakers who are up next to the podium. A timer is available on the podium. This is also the last call for anyone interested in an interpreter and anyone who wants to drop off a card. Every now and then we have a last straggler. All right, so persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. Now, I'm going to ask you to please state your name for the record when it's your turn, and correct me if I mispronounce it. Did our interpreters receive any other requests for public comment assistance? All right, you are both free to go. The general public comment period is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted at this time. Ms. Assistant City Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have for the general public comment, and how many callers are in the queue?
We have 11 cards and 4 speakers, so a total of 15.
All right, so given the number of speakers, we have 15 speakers. That is 3 minutes each for everybody speaking today. All right, let's get started. Our first speaker is Ron Bax, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, Ron Bax. What we have on the screen is the data I presented on, as the footnote indicates, 1119. I think would be a good idea to go over it in a little more detail. You can see the sample size is 2,200 units of the 26,000 Burbank rental units. The margin of error is 2.1%, and the confidence level is 95%. And I'd like to head off a possible confusion because we're dealing with a table of percentages. That's not 2% added on to, for example, the 34% under the 2023 column. It would be plus or minus 0.7 value, okay? The data show the increase in expenses from 2019 to 2023 for a 4-year period was 38.8%, while income rose 12.05%. But the additional interest is that from 2019 to, it should read 2020, pre-COVID, the values were 1.172 and 0.984 respectively. And during COVID-19, 2021 to 2023, expenses were higher, reflecting the inflation caused by the supply chain disruption. Income rose modestly in comparison. I personally did not raise rents until late 2022 after a four-year hiatus. This housing provider also showed compassion during COVID, as witnessed by the small year-over-year increase in 2022. You can see it was like 0.5%. Especially because 2021 through 2023 income increases are well below those allowed by AB 1482, and matching expense increases, it is impossible to make an exact alignment to the period of COVID because of the changing value of the dollar. Because rents usually lag in operating expenses, and AB 1482 encourages increases to take place August of that year. The average income show the common metrics of increase over a given span. The compounded, or that constant year-over-year increase, would result in the increase over the span. You can see that income in both cases is approximately the Fed inflationary target of 3%. But comparatively, expenses values are more than double, as in 2022, they were more than quadruple. I think this housing provider's final statement to his submittal to me, for any objective observer, these trends are clearly not sustainable, and over time will force most small investors out of the market, warrants repeating. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mark Scroggs, followed by Roma Kokobian.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. I want to start tonight by paraphrasing a classic Bonnie Raitt song. I want to share with you something to talk about. Yesterday I learned, while watching a clip of the Kennedy Center honors this year, that Bonnie Raitt is actually a Burbank native. I didn't know that. There's a lot of second-generation stars that are, but we always kind of just forget about them because, oh, they're here. But I never heard her mentioned. The Kennedy Center honors is the highest tribute and honor for entertainers. We'd be taking advantage of these bragging rights to discuss Burbank and our people from here. Other people in other communities do. I'm sure the Bay Area is talking about the Grateful Dead, like they always do. But we often overlook these achievements in people because, oh, they're here. And that's part of the whole thing with Burbank. Oh, we're here with the entertainment community. So it's kind of one easy way just to bring up these things to promote ourselves. I'm a talent agent. That's what we do. We promote what we do and our clients, and it helps get more opportunities. Everyone here should be talking about what's filming. There's not much right now, but what's being recorded and what's in animation work. There is a lot of stuff that happens here, or recently has happened here. It's not all classic stuff. I know the Burbank Leader has done a really good job on some articles about some independent films, but this is one thing we can all do right now, to kind of help build it. It's nothing that costs anything. It's just telling people. And you should watch the Kennedy Center. It's always an amazing show. That's pretty much it for tonight. So, thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Roma Kokobian, followed by Harry Tamurian.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Perez, City Council members, staff, and the Burbank community. My name is Roma Kokobian. I have the privilege of serving as the president of the Burbank Armenian Association. Today, I want to speak about an issue that underscores how hate can divide us and how the strength of our connections can bring us together. Recently, hateful words targeting the ethnicity of the business owners of Butterfly Gardens LLC, spoken by an individual, were reported by Burbank Leader and My Burbank. These remarks reflect a misunderstanding that creates unnecessary division in our city. Let's be clear. We stand firmly with the owners of Butterfly Gardens and against the hate speech towards any individual, business, and community member. Burbank is a city built by people from diverse backgrounds, striving for shared goals with shared goals, safety, opportunity, and a better life. For Armenians and other communities, hateful words like this are excruciating, echoing the prejudice that led to over 2.5 billion lives, including Armenians, Pontic Greeks, Assyrians, and other community members under the Ottoman Empire. Such words serve as a stark reminder of the destructive power of hatred and the lasting scars it leaves on individuals and communities alike. So where does hate come from? It comes from fear, the fear that someone else's success threatens our own. We justify it to ourselves, but in the end, hate harms everyone. So if anyone feels anger or resentment towards any group, be brave enough to reach out with an open mind and have a conversation. You might discover that we have more in common than you realized. At the core, we all want the same things: to work hard, care for our families, and be a part of a community that values and respects us. I just want to thank Councilmember Mullins for a swift response on the matter, proactively addressing those involved, denouncing the hate speech, and helping to de-escalate the situation. I also want to express my gratitude to the other council members and staff for their thoughtful support and supportive responses on the matter. And last Tuesday on December 3rd, our association hosted a holiday mixer inviting everyone in the community to join us. It was a wonderful example of people from all walks of life coming together to celebrate and appreciate one another, which truly reflects what Burbank's all about. So the only thing I want to leave you with is this: destroying each other is not the answer. Building each other up is the only way we move forward. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Harry Tamurian, followed by Araceli V. King.
Council, good evening. The harassment endured by the developers of the Butterfly Gardens project at 910 South Mariposa Street is both unimaginable and unacceptable. Residents of the Rancho have stopped their vehicles just to berate these individuals with profanity-laced tirades. They scream at them, curse at them as they walk or ride by the property, and even attack them online. At the latest City Council meeting, Rancho residents cursed and screamed inside these chambers, following the developers outside, yelling, "You pieces of shit, you don't belong here. You don't belong here." This kind of hatred doesn't arise out of nowhere. When residents feel decisions about their neighborhoods are being made by lawmakers who don't share their views, and when local control is taken away, it breeds resentment. But let me be clear. SB 35 is the law of the land. Burbank, like every other city, must follow it. The anger of Rancho residents is misdirected. If they opposed SB 35 or similar housing laws, they needed to lobby their state officials. This project is not the problem. The developers are not the problem. But there is more at play here than frustration over housing. On the Sunday after Thanksgiving, while many of us enjoyed time with our families, Mr. Gaden Guzumyan, one of the developers, received an email. And it read, "You aren't welcome here. This is why the fucking Turks killed your families. You aren't welcome here." Let that sink in. Someone invoked the Armenian genocide, a tragedy that claimed 1.5 million lives, to express hatred towards a man building housing. This is vile and unthinkable. In the 1940s and 1950s, anti-Armenian covenants were written into property deeds in Fresno and surrounding areas to prevent Armenians from purchasing homes. You aren't welcome here. In 2017, a group lobbied this previous council to change the design and building codes, targeting Armenian homeowners for remodeling their properties. A council member sitting on that dais agreed, saying, "I don't want to drive down the hill and look at Saddam Hussein palaces." Hate has no place in Burbank, not in this city, not in this chamber, not anywhere. I know that every single one of you sitting at that dais are staunch supporters of the Armenian community, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. It is on all of us to stand against hate and racism, to call it out when we see it, and to ensure our community does better. The developers of the Butterfly Gardens project deserve our respect, our support, and their right to do their work free from harassment. It's time to rise above this hatred, and we need to move together.
Thank you for your comment, Harry. Our next speaker is Araceli V. King, followed by Mary Ntoma.
Good evening, honorable members of the Burbank City Council. My name is, as you say, Araceli V. King or Velasquez. I'm with Higher Wages, Lower Rent Alliance. The Burbank Airport Authority is investing $1 billion to redevelop its passenger terminal. If Burbank wants a world-class airport, it must have world-class standards that support workers. Unlike LAX and Long Beach Airport, Burbank Airport workers aren't covered by any airport living wage law. While workers at Burbank Airport are only protected by the California minimum wage, the respective agencies that operate LAX and Long Beach Airport are considering an increase in the respective living wage laws. We cannot allow Burbank Airport employees to fall further behind other regional airports in Los Angeles County. We also need to protect workers when contracts change hands. I ask that the Burbank City Council adopt a resolution calling on the Airport Authority to establish these necessary standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Mary Ntoma, followed by Erica Enriquez.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mary Ntoma. I'm a community organizer with Unite Here Local 11. Local 11 represents over 32,000 workers across Southern California and Arizona, including thousands of airport workers at 6 airports. Burbank Airport is currently undergoing a $1 billion redevelopment. However, the workers who keep the airport concessions running are being left out of this investment. Burbank Airport has issued an RFP for all concessions in this replacement terminal, and the workers have not been taken into consideration. Every time a concessions contract changes ownership, the workers' livelihoods are at stake. This redevelopment and the $1 billion being invested are an opportunity to improve conditions for these vital airport workers. We ask that Burbank City Council adopt a resolution calling on Airport Authority to establish standards that already exist at LAX and the Long Beach Airport by adopting a worker retention and living wage ordinance. Please ensure that workers are protected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Erica Enriquez, followed by Lori Freilich.
Good evening, honorable members of the Burbank City Council. My name is Erica Enriquez. I've been working for Hudson for 19 years, and I'm a proud member of Unite Local 11. As an airport worker, it is difficult to afford to live anywhere in Los Angeles. I am here because I do not understand why Burbank Airport's standards are below that of LAX and Long Beach Airport. Workers at Burbank Airport deserve a living wage that will give workers the ability to stay housed where we live. As the airport moves forward with $1 billion redevelopment and considers new concessions, the Airport Authority should consider a living wage and worker retention policy. Now is the time to raise standards. These standards already exist at LAX and Long Beach Airport. We ask that the Burbank City Council adopt a resolution to encourage the Airport Authority to adopt these necessary standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Lori Freilich, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening. I agree. There's no place for prejudice. Anger comes from the repeated lies and untruths made by these developers. There is no resentment or prejudice in the Rancho. I live in the Rancho. I had no intention of coming here this evening. However, when I turned on the news this evening, I saw a segment on Channel 4 where the owners were presented and made statements regarding the letter and the Rancho. I saw the Butterfly owner attacking the Rancho residents, and I felt like I needed to come say something. I am aware that an individual did send a horrific letter to the Butterfly owners, completely unacceptable. This letter was written by an individual that does not even live in the rancho. He does not represent what the rancho residents think or believe or feel. On the segment, the Butterfly owner made accusations and generalizations about what the rancho community believes and why the rancho is opposed to this project. And this has been laid out and presented to City Council on several occasions by rancho community. He portrayed the rancho with untrue statements, and I am nothing short of disappointed and greatly agitated at this use of the press to present these untruths on live television. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Joe Pimienta, followed by Moise Tayavji.
Good evening, Council, Acting Mayor, staff, members of the Chamber. I come with a bit of pain and ire this evening because even though it's not returning to discussion this year, I would like to bring some stories that illustrate why there is an urgency for stronger tenant protections and a stricter rent cap. I don't want to name any of these people by names, but the first person I would like to mention is someone in her 80s who got a rent eviction, and the date to leave her apartment, December 28th. She is fighting to make sure that she can leave maybe later in January, but last I was talking with her, her current plan, because she has no family in the city or anywhere in the state, and her doctors are here, her current plan is to live in her car long enough until she can save enough to qualify for an apartment. It's a good thing that maybe she has a friend that could give her a spare room in the meantime. But that is her plan, is to live in her car just so she can save enough money. Another person is someone that I've been emailing with back and forth for some time. She is being displaced due to lack of being able to pay her rent. Someone who works in the industry and who has, work has been scarce, also in her 80s, also with medical conditions. And as she told me, that's never in a million years that she thought she'd be in this situation, has nowhere to go, must be out by January 31st. I'm sorry, by December 31st. And the other person that I would like to talk about is someone who, same thing, came to this podium, spoke to this council, urging for tenant protections, and at some point also mentioned that if this didn't return soon enough, it would be too late for him and his wife. Eventually, he was misplaced. There are other things in mind, but this person is no longer with us. His community was here, his friends were here, and life just kind of went in a different direction. I know that it's this turn of events on these stories could have been different, but I do think that if safer measures would have been in place, I think that it could have been a brighter. So again, I just bring this up as like, this is why there is, I'm sure that like the stories that I'm mentioning, there are more. The need for stronger tenant protections and a rent cap that provides more stability is urgent. With my last 20 seconds, I know that you are working really hard, so happy holidays for all of you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And I do want to express some sympathy and compassion for what is going on in the rancho. I do not have words nor experience to go further, but what that happened is vile, and I'm sorry for what everyone is going through. Other than that, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Moise Tayabji, and thank you for the phonetic spelling.
Oh, thank you for the phonetic spelling, because I don't know if that's how you spell my name. Good evening, City Council. My name is Moise Tayabji. I didn't plan on being here tonight, but I've had good experiences in presenting my cases to the council before, so just hoping for some help. I'm here talking about permit parking in Burbank, specifically the new regulations that are coming forth on December 31st. I live in Zone G, but I think other people in other zones, I've heard they've had similar problems. I haven't spoken to anyone directly, but this might be just an overarching theme. So we got a notification about the changes a few months ago through mail and Neighbors Talk. So there's just some concerns that we had. So rather than just everyone, calling or emailing, what we decided to do was write everything down on a piece of paper, walked around the neighborhood. Zone G is really small. It's like 42 homes. So basically we've reached about 80% of the residents. I think there's a unanimous agreement, and just really having a discussion and making sure that A, we understand what the rules are, because there may be a gap there, or B, if there are some things that can be changed just to make it a little bit more workable, keeping the enforcement side and keeping the residents happy, then we're in it to work together and try to figure that out. There's an email address that was provided on the communication that we were given in case we had any questions. So we've tried to use that email address multiple times just to set up a meeting and have been unsuccessful. So really just looking for the council's help in maybe giving us the contact or trying to facilitate this. What nobody wants is there to be confusion or there to be something that if we can get ahead of before the new rules take place. We just don't want residents who are trying to do the right thing to have citations, and that's not helping anyone. It's really counterproductive, and I think is just going to make something that I think is really small if we nip it in the bud right now into something bigger, and that's just a waste of time for everybody. So if I could provide my information maybe to someone, if we could just help me figure that out. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. And our final speaker is David Donahue.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Perez, council members and staff. My name is David Donahue, resident business owner in this wonderful city of Burbank. Last time I was here for general comment, I made the observation that Forest Lawn, the city of Los Angeles, particularly the LADOT, Department of Transportation, and Councilmember Nithya Raman was having an open house. I was able to bring that here in the chamber. Timing was great. A lot of the Rancho people were present, asked a lot of questions. One of the things that I kind of took away from this is that, and I learned, it's basically from the entrance of Forest Lawn and as it goes east until it kind of stops right there at the freeway. If you're heading west, it goes for maybe about another 100 yards, but it's only on the north side of it. The concern is that my wife's mother is buried in Forest Lawn. So we go decorate the grave on a regular basis, and on Sundays, that left-hand turn lane into Forest Lawn is going to be pretty busy. And the configuration, the way that it now is, I have some concerns. I have some concerns when I went to the open house that there were probably a quarter of a mile backup in traffic trying to get onto the 134. That, I think, is going to be exacerbated significantly. The questions that I had for LADOT, as well as Councilmember Raman's staff member, is who did you talk to in the city? And they said, well, we think we reached out, we drilled down. I think we had a Zoom. I don't know if the city was there. Well, could you find out? So that would be my only request to council and to staff, is just like, what was the communication to the city? My concern, as I voiced it last time, is that it's going to have a significant impact going along, because people are going to figure out a way to go around it. Right now, I've been in this chamber when staff has presented when they're driving around, trying to go through neighborhoods. We have speed bumps, we have studies that kind of figure out, okay, we're having some people that are just trying to get around the traffic. This is a monster. I think this is going to be big. If I fear, and I will be working against it, Olive Avenue happens and it goes down the one lane, I'll be working on that, council member. This is going to just add layers and layers to it. I'd ask you to be. So the other part of it in my last couple seconds, and I said, why didn't you bring this up? I said, well, we did a study. Do you have the study online? Nope. Councilmember Raman's staff member is like, oh, we don't have it up yet. This was this evening, but we're going to get it up. And that report basically says that if the delay is going to be less than, let's say, a couple minutes, they do not have to notify anybody. They just can do it. So there's no notification. There's may have a limited reach to neighboring cities. And so by that means that in February it's going to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, those are all our speakers in person. Let's go to the calls.
The first caller is Kate.
Hi, Kate, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask why the tenant protections keep getting pushed and to ask Council to ask city staff to make them a priority. I would really appreciate it if all 4 council members up there please direct city staff to bring this back. We were told in July that they would be coming back before the end of the year. Initially it was October, then it got pushed, and now it's pushed again. And looking at the agenda forecast, it is still not on there. Just to give you some point of reference, in addition to the tenants that Joe has been working with, we've had 4 people since Thanksgiving reach out to us because they are getting assault evicted from their home. 2 of them are in single-family homes and do not get any relocation assistance. 1 of them has a small child in BSC. This is a major issue. People are getting rent-evicted and evicted through no fault of their own right before the holidays. We have been bringing this up for over a year. Council talked about this summer. We were told it was going to come back. We've been told it's going to come back. Every single time we get a date, it gets pushed. So please make this a priority before the community is even more destabilized. Thank you.
Hello? Testing? Oh, thank you for your comment. Everybody who's calling, just a reminder to please speak clearly into your phone and turn off any background noise around you so we can hear you here in the chambers. All right, let's go to our next caller.
The next caller is Deborah.
Hi, I guess I'm on right now.
Hi, Deborah. Yes.
I wanted to speak about something that I'm very concerned about. The way this issue with Conan was handled with animal control, Conan the dog, it was handled with not an ounce of, first of all, empathy or kindness, and second, it seems to me that it was all against your bylaws, which, basically say if a dog is protecting its owner, I feel like no research was really accepted that showed how this woman had behaved in the past, and evidence was excluded from the trial and not told to the judge. The whole thing, what I don't feel comfortable about is the fact that it seemed like animal control was out to kill this dog by euthanasia. There seemed to be no stopping them. They didn't care what was presented to them. They wanted to kill this dog. I feel there's a breed bias. I think that, the whole thing wasted the city's money. They could have let this go and, given them conditions which they agreed to in the first place, and that's what they ended up with. And I'm just concerned about how it was handled, and it seemed all unjustified, and it was, a soul, a dog's life that was at stake there, not just something else. And I feel like the people who are making these decisions at animal control need to be vetted better, frankly, and make sure that they understand what they're doing and what they're responsible for. And that's, I think, all I have to say on that. And then I also wanted to point out that, I should have said this, we live not in the flight path. When we moved in, we did not live in the flight path. We now have planes flying over our house on a regular basis. I would like to find out why that is happening. We didn't get that disclosed to us when we moved in, and now we would have to disclose this if we sold the house, and I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. So if you guys could address that at some point, what the issue is with the airport, that would be great. And I think that's all I have to say. I guess, is there anything else, Steph? Okay, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Thank you for your call, Deborah.
The next caller is Jim Barnfather.
Hi, Jim. You're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Well, Merry Christmas to you all. I'm glad I wasn't the only person tonight that's talking about the permit parking issue, but I wasn't able to hear the previous speaker because something interrupted his conversation because I was getting calls in. My concern is, this is the 3rd or 4th time I've talked about it, how much this is being pushed down the throats of the citizenship. When I first brought this up back in September timeframe, I talked about doing a beta test to get all the bugs out of the system. Well, that failed. And so what happens, they bring the system up, it didn't work, it didn't work, it didn't work, and now we're 2 weeks away from January the 1st. It finally came up. I went in to enroll, and it's asking me to share with a third party that I don't even know who the third party is, confidential information. And when I called, they said, well, it's for the city. Well, the city gets it, but also the third party who's administering it also receives that information. And there's no disclaimer on the file about holding that information and not sharing it with a third party. I wonder if the attorney's office had actually reviewed that application process and why we have to give personal information to a third party, and why, since the city already had that personal information, that couldn't have been just rolled over into the new system. So we're having to do staff's work of putting all the new information back into the new system instead of having the old system converted over into the new system, which most data processing systems do. If you work with systems, you know that. So that's on the permit parking issue. The other thing is there is so much construction going on the streets in the city of Burbank. I've never seen in the years we've lived here so much construction. There's no management of the construction projects. We must see at least 15 or 20 different projects going on at the same time. So you're running into a lot of traffic because of all the different construction projects going on at the same time. And finally, that ties in with the outsourcing of resources of the city. I'd like the council to request from the city manager's office a study of 20 years ago how many staff we had versus outsourcing, 10 years ago how much staff we had versus outsourcing, and today. Because, again, we're outsourcing things, and I understand perhaps why we're doing that, but the quality of the work from the outsourced people that is working for the city is not the same as it was when an employee was physically working for the city of Burbank and had a vested interest in the citizens of the city of Burbank. So that's my comments for this evening. Merry Christmas.
Thank you for your call, and Merry Christmas to you, too.
The next caller is Jay Geisenheimer.
Hi, Jay. You're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Jay Geisenheimer, calling you from Ocala, Florida. I was the first Rancho resident to meet with Darren and his associates. Then it was an office building. I told him right away, improper for the location. No way that this could possibly survive on the corner where horses are coming and going all day. When he bragged about his open spaces, I laughed at him. Open space to flies, dust, rats, and manure. He didn't have to go there. He chose. He could have done the right thing, get up and leave, because he was in the wrong location, and everyone told him so. What happened to kindness? What happened to doing the right thing? What happened to listening to the people and walking away? No, he chose. Just because he was able to hide behind the law does not make him a good guy. He is as guilty as the Rancho, and as far as the Rancho is concerned, it's a horrendous email. But how about the behavior in the chamber the night of the girl that yelled out, why does the developer get 10 minutes and we get 1? In my 27 years, I never saw anyone bang the gavel the way it was banged the night of November 26th. In closing, I want to say how sad I am about the poor behavior of several Rancho residents, and how sad I am that Darren did not do the right thing and get up and walk away. He chose. Thank you.
Thank you for your call, Jay.
That was our last speaker.
All right, there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a couple things. One, on the LA City Transportation Project, you'll be receiving an update this week. Very briefly, transportation staff did reach out to the LA City staff and met with them recently. They had requested some additional information that they're waiting on, but you will receive a email regarding that and what we recommend that the council does, as well as far as reaching out and what we could do as far as advertising advertising their projects. So just want to let you know that you'll be getting something this week. And then also, I know Mr. Prescott wanted to comment related to the our parking permit process.
Welcome, Mr. Prescott.
Hello, Vice Mayor, City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. I wanted to follow up on the 2 comments. I spoke with the gentleman outside. I gave him my card, and we'll connect with David Kriske and his team in parking to answer questions and make sure that there's everyone gets squared away. The caller mentioned uploading personal information. It's a new system. The previous online system was also a third party, which also required the proof of residency and vehicle registration. That's not new. That's what we did in 2021 when it went online. So the whole system went online in 2021, and there was outcry about it because it was different. But we got everyone squared away, and now we have a new system. So you put your information in there just the one time, and it's in. You can even set it up for automatic renewal if you're comfortable with that, and you'll never see us again. Or hear from us again. I think those are the 2 primary comments. Yeah.
Mr. Prescott, I think we have a question, and then before you answer that, can you share the number that folks can call one more time? I know I make you share it every week.
I'll look it up while he's asking the question.
All right.
So just as far as personal information goes, the only thing that they're asking is their license plate number and a name, and then do they have to give the address if it's a guest
we
permit?
need to know it's registered. No. For your permit in the home, we need to know it's registered here. And you show proof of residency. Most people use their BWP bill to indicate residency. We have instances where people have multiple homes, and so the challenge is one of their cars might be registered in a different city. So we just have to go through a verification process. So for some people that feels frustrating, but we just need to confirm that the person getting the permit actually lives there.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We have other situations where people have employees coming, and so they're frustrated that they can't get permits for them. They're operating businesses out of their home and are not supposed to have employees coming when you're operating a home-based business. And we also have people, believe it or not, operating automotive-related businesses that are frustrated that they can't get permits for those vehicles as well. So those are rare, but they happen.
And under our city code, none of that is actually permissible, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Correct. I'm sorry. Here we go. Burbank bus. Bear with me. It's 818-238. I know that much. That's every phone. And so, do you want to play some background music while I...
Councilmember Mullins, do you have a question?
While he's looking it up, I was going to ask the city manager if it's possible the outsourcing question while Mr. Prescott finds the number.
That's kind of an additional, that will take a little bit of time. Can you ask that at the end as an additional item, just to informational memo?
I was just looking for
Okay.
a brief update because it didn't sound to me that we're hiring a lot more outsourcing our jobs for the city employees.
Yeah, we could get you something broad-based. It would probably be better if you asked for it at the end, just as an informational memo. Thank you.
All right. And I saw Mr. Jones there with the assist.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. 818-238-5290, 818-238-5290.
All right.
Or parking at burbankca.gov.
Thank you, Mr.
Or visit parking.burbankca.gov.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Prescott. You got the website, the email, and the phone number now. All right. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, so regarding airport operations and airport flight paths, the Airport Authority is a separate government entity. It's a joint powers authority formed by the cities of Pasadena, Glendale, and Burbank. They have their own meetings at the airport in their conference room on first and third Mondays. I believe that's 9 o'clock in the morning, but it could be 10. And residents can check their website at hollywoodburbankairport.com. That's hollywoodburbankairport.com, and they have their own autonomy in how they manage their operations and their staffing. So those issues can be taken to them at their meetings. They have a very similar format with a general public comment period and brief responses to questions. With regard to tenant protections, the City Council has engaged in a robust program of discussion and action since 2023. In July of 2023, they approved essentially emergency relocation assistance for people suffering or experiencing renovation evictions. In September of 2023, the council adopted an urgency ordinance putting enhanced protections and relocation assistance into place ahead of, I believe it was SB 567. In July of 2024, the City Council approved and funded a housing enforcement program. They also adopted a enhanced permanent tenant protection ordinance and gave staff direction to bring back additional tenant protection items, small property or mom and pop exception, tenant's bill of rights, a number of other issues. They also directed staff to undertake a 90-day outreach program, which concluded at the end of September, and those results were the subject of discussion in the mid-October, I think it was October 14th or 15th, where council gave staff direction to bring back two different work efforts, both funding and programmatic elements for both a soft cap type program that they have in Glendale and a rent cap program, including more relevant local cost estimates. Both the Community Development Department and the City Attorney's Office are bringing back agendized discussions on these work elements in January. We hope also February and then March or April to deliver on those different elements that the council has given us direction to bring forward. And on top of that, we've completed our staffing in the City Attorney's Office for the Tenant Protection Program, and substantially most of the positions in community development have been filled, and we've been having implementation kickoff meetings, and we have continued addressing each enforcement case that's been brought to our attention, and will continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. All right, members of the council. Oh.
Could I just ask a follow-up question to that? Just real quick, I know the Airport Authority and the City of Los Angeles, they're independent bodies, but nothing precludes us from sending recommendations or letters of support to the Airport Authority or Councilmember Ramon's office, simply expressing our opinions.
You could address those in additional items at the end of the council meeting.
Thank you.
All right, and Councilmember Anthony, since you have the mic, would you like to respond to comment?
Sure, absolutely. First off, Mr. Pimienta, I'm really sorry to hear all of that. That's not great. I don't want to get into too much because we have some stuff coming later, like we said, but that is unfortunate. Mr. Scruggs, thank you for coming down. As always, your input is greatly appreciated. Your expertise in the industry is always greatly appreciated. There was a caller about the issue recently with animal control and Conan. I think there's a misunderstanding. Our animal control department doesn't make recommendations. They only have findings and they present the facts. A hearing officer later decides something and only presents that to a judge. I can guarantee you the judge accepted all of the relevant evidence. In fact, I did not believe she excluded a single piece of evidence that was provided in that hearing. She literally took everything. And I want to just say the people who work at our animal shelter and an animal control department. They love animals. They love their job. In fact, I know a couple of folks who actually work in our departments, work with pit bulls on their spare time. So if there's a bias at anything, there's leniency. There's an understanding of that breed. So I think they do incredible work. Ms. Freelick, I wish what you had said was true. I hope that what you said was true. I have seen some bias. I have seen some statements over the years. I've been coming to these chambers for over 8 years now, and it's not just one email. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've heard it, I've sat next to people who've said things, and it is unfortunate. It is a small minority, I will grant you that, but it should be zero. It should be zero. And Ms. Geisenheimer simply disagreeing with what somebody is doing with their business, simply having a disagreement on policy or politics or how people conduct themselves on their private enterprise is absolutely no grounds for the language that was used recently and the language that I have seen been used over the years. I'm Greek. My grandfather talked about the genocide when I was a kid. I didn't understand it then. But it is part of people's lives. It is part of their history. It is part of their culture. And it is not a good part. It is painful. And to invoke it in a way that seemed so flippant and disrespectful, it was heartbreaking to see that. So no, I don't think what the developer did, he had it coming. That type of discussion is abhorrent. I appreciate the members of our community coming down, Mr. Tamorian, Mr. Jacobian. This has been going on for a long time in the city, and I pray for the day that it ends, and I pray for the day that we are moved beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. Councilmember Mullins?
Thank you. I want to acknowledge everyone who came and spoke. Thank you all for coming and those who called on the phone. Quickly, before I address an important issue, I want to address this comment to Joe regarding the individual who's going to be displaced because of renovation. I wish that we give her the contact number for Hala. I know you didn't want to share the name, but I encourage you to definitely, they can assist her and try to help her in placing her in a place for, a couple of months until she finds her own apartment. And I hope she did get the 3 months renovation fees that the landlord pays out when they have to renovate their unit. So I'm hoping that that's what happened. If not, I'm sure that she can contact our staff and they can give her the information she needs so she knows what her rights are. So to sleep in the car is definitely unacceptable because we do have services and it's an unfortunate situation. So I just want to make sure if you can relate that message to her, I would really appreciate it. So with that, I do want to address a very sensitive topic and very important issue to our community, and that is dealing with the matter that just took place in regards to the Butterfly Garden project and Mr. Guzman's the email that he received. And this email was sent on December 3rd. I distinctly remember exact time. It was around 8:15, 8:20 a.m. when I was reading my emails. And I just want everyone to know that the city acted immediately. I forwarded the email. First, I responded to Mr. Guzman's email, and I apologize, deeply apologize and told him I was extremely disappointed of the action that was taken by that one individual. I just want to clarify it. It came from one individual. It does not make it right, but and immediately forwarded his email to the leadership in the Rancho community, so an action had to be taken on their part to speak for their community, which they have done, and they put out a statement condemning what happened by that individual. Also, I want everyone to understand, also the leadership in the Armenian community were reached, the Armenian National Committee, the Chamber of Commerce leadership were reached and explained to them what immediately happened. I know our police department started an investigation. So as far as the city's concerned, as far as this one individual's action, absolutely condemning it. This is no place for us here in the city of Burbank. This is not about Armenian genocide. It's not about the Armenians. This project is strictly, as Mr. Tamarian, you mentioned, it's SB 35 project. We should not label any individual with their background, culture sensitivity, anything that has to deal with their background. That shouldn't even be looked at as a matter of hate. We shouldn't be looking at individuals who are doing work in the city and have these type of comments. And I tell you, it really saddened me to see the comment that was made, because as you indicated earlier, this council here works so hard to have no exception, zero tolerance to any type of hate towards anyone in the community, no matter what your background is. And I did see an action taken by the Rancho leadership. This one individual did not speak for the Rancho folks, and I'm not defending what happened, but I do want to acknowledge that there was a letter that was put out in the media. There was some action taken, and it was immediately. They were extremely disappointed. So I continue to say it's unacceptable, and I do not, absolutely do not support any of this behavior at all, whether it was to the Armenian community or any other member in this community. We have to protect our own, and that's exactly what we're doing, and that's exactly what happened on September 3rd, is to make sure that we put an end to this immediately. So I am deeply sorry, again, about what happened. I'm deeply sorry about all this dialogue that's taken place in our chamber and outside of our chamber, but hopefully this can be put behind us and put an end to the hate that's going on. So thank you.
Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you to all who came out tonight to speak. Always appreciate you showing up and taking time out of your, I'm sure, very busy schedule to be here. And thanks to the folks who called and all the emails we received in the meetings that were asked for before tonight's meeting. The staff and my fellow council members have already addressed quite a number of things, so I'll just touch on a couple of things that haven't been addressed yet. Congratulations to Mr. Lashley, our new library coordinator. I've had the pleasure to meet him twice now since he's been on the job for a week, and I love his concept of community center library. And I hope folks heard that and also loved it as well. And I wanted to say that he didn't show it here tonight, but he has a great sense of humor. He's actually really funny, so hopefully he'll show up in more context. All right, Mr. Bax, thank you for coming out every meeting and sharing your thoughts and your perspectives and sharing the written material. It's always very helpful. Mr. Scroggs, I wanted to kind of reflect on your proposal for highlighting the achievements of the entertainment folks in Burbank. I think that's a fantastic idea, and I recommend that you, if you haven't already, to contact the T-bid, our tourism bid. And you can talk to Mr. Prescott about that if you're not sure what that is. And they would be very interested, I'm sure, to hear about this, and we can potentially find a way to make that happen, I think. And then to also address the topic of the evening about the email. Thank you, Mr. Tamurian and Mr. Hakobian, for coming to speak tonight, and others who are in the audience in support. And just in the community in general, thank you for recognizing the importance of not directing hate speech towards people in our community. Wishing or celebrating somebody's death is never okay. However, if you use somebody's identity, their race, religion, or anything personal about them, that wish or celebration becomes hate speech. And that's what happened with this email. And that's not okay. And I think that I'm really thankful that that email was not from our community. I am so glad to hear that it was somebody from the outside of the community who took this opportunity to interject themselves into this situation and create this situation with us. It's not okay. But it is in our community now, and many people have been hurt by these comments, and our Armenian community wants to know that they're safe here. And I totally understand that. Everyone is welcome in Burbank, and I think it's really important to understand the difference between you don't belong here and this project doesn't belong here. Those are two different things. So I'm totally on board with you yelling to the top of your lungs, community, this project doesn't belong here. Absolutely. But the you don't belong here, that's where it kind of crosses the lines. It's really blurry, and then you can easily take the next step after that. So I really encourage the community who's frustrated with this project, and I understand the position, to hopefully refrain from personal attacks and really focus on the project and how terrible you think the project is, and leave the personal attacks to the individuals at home. I'm not at all in your head. Don't say the things in your head if that's what's in your head. And just lastly, again, all are welcome in Burbank. Hate has no home here. And if anyone wants to follow up afterwards for some support and care, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'll be there for you. Okay? Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Takahashi. Alrighty. Thank you to everybody who spoke tonight. For the folks who talked about the parking permits, you are not alone. That we have had many folks come up and share their thoughts, their frustrations. I know it's inevitable with a new system, but you're absolutely right. You deserve to have your questions answered and have those conversations. I encourage you to speak with Mr. Prescott and the folks at parking. Call the number. That's the best way to reach them. And I encourage anybody who's out there frustrated with the parking permit situation to call, reach us before we implement this so that we can work out those kinks in those situations. In regards to housing, thank you to all of you who come every week to speak on this matter. It's really important. Thank you, Mr. Bax, for the paper. It's always expected and appreciated. And thank you, Mr. Pimienta, for sharing what you did, because I know it's not easy to share the difficult situations that others may be going through, but it reminds us of what's the reality of what's happening out there. And thank you for doing that. I know it wasn't easy. I would also like to address, thank you, Councilmember Anthony, for addressing the cone and the dog situation. Just want to remind everybody that that was a matter of the LA Superior Court. This body had no decision-making power over that situation. Just want to say that one more time. This body had no power over that decision, has no further power over that decision. And for folks who are interested, I believe you will be happy with the outcome that has already occurred. Finally, to address, as all of my colleagues have, this situation. I did not get a chance to see the email, but I did hear about it in the news, like you mentioned, in many news outlets, and it's embarrassing and devastating for our city, our entire city. And I do have to say, it's the unfortunate part is we had a lot of folks kind of single out, it wasn't the ranch, or it wasn't this person, or it wasn't. I don't think that's at the core here. The issue is that this is happening, it's pervasive, and it is not the first time that we have seen somebody who comes forward and has an issue, be it political, be it housing related, be it, difference of opinion, but then they go for the personal attack. And not just any personal attack. If you're out there, the person who wrote that email, I hope you know that you invoked genocide. Like it was nothing, like it was okay, in a flippant manner. And that is not okay. That is not tolerated. And so, to me, I think we should really discuss what's at the core here. It's not about who is doing it and what's happening. It's about all of us who are not okay with it and who think that genocide is not okay, and that saying things like this are not okay, to denounce it. I want to thank the folks in the rancho who have openly denounced it. I want to thank my colleagues who are openly denouncing it. I am openly denouncing this hate speech right now because it is not okay. It is not the first time. And like Mr. Tamurian mentioned, There was some of it happening that night in this council chamber. And yes, you are very right, Ms. Geisenheimer. I did have to bang the gavel many times to get the crowd to settle down. So I hope this incident serves also as a reminder to our entire community that it is okay to disagree. It is not okay to use hate speech. It is not okay to use slurs. It is not okay to call each other names or even to bring up personal things. I know we have all been at the receiving end of somebody wanting to have a political or a discussion about an item where they disagree with us and they bring up our families. They bring up our loved ones. They bring up our race. And that's not okay in any context. So let's talk about that. That is the issue at hand. Those racist attacks, those hateful words, that hate speech is not okay. The city has put out a statement, thank you, Mr. Jonathan Jones, sharing that the city of Burbank unequivocally stands against these types of statements. And we will not tolerate anti-Armenian hate or hate towards any community for that matter. Thank you all who are here to denounce that. Thank you to those of you who continue to denounce that. And let us all continue to unequivocally denounce that. Thank you. Alrighty. Our next item is the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Assistant City Clerk Ty, please read the consent calendar.
The items on the consent calendar are as follows. Approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meetings of November 19th, 2024 and November 26th, 2024, and the dark meeting of December 3rd, 2024. Approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of November 26th, 2024. Adoption of a resolution approving contract documents, plans and specifications, and authorizing execution of a contract for bid schedule 1513, 2022-2023 annual arterial pavement rehabilitation project on Alameda Avenue from Lima Street to California Street and Victory Boulevard from Verdugo Avenue to the city limit at Linden Avenue to Hardy & Harper, Inc., finding of CEQA exemption 14 CCR section 15301, approval of the Burbank Hospitality Association fiscal year 2024-2025 annual report, and approval of Housing Successor Annual Report for fiscal year 2023-2024.
All right, do I have a motion?
I make a motion to move the consent calendar as it was read in the records.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Mullins, second by Takahashi. Assistant City Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes. All right, passes 4-0. All right, now is the time and place for the public hearing for project number 24-0004926. Introduction of an ordinance amending the zoning map and the Burbank Municipal Code to create a new 2021 through 2029 housing element opportunity sites overlay zone to implement required 2021 through 2029 housing element programs pursuant to state law. If you wish to comment on this item in person, please present a salmon public hearing card to the city clerk. If you wish to speak over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. You will be placed in a queue until the public hearing comment period begins. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? All right, seeing none from my colleagues. Assistant City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
We have not received any written communications.
Thank you, that is noted. And now, will the representative from the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us? Thank you, Ms. Landry.
Hi, good evening. May I have the presentation, please? So good evening, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council. My name is Amanda Landry, Principal Planner with CDD Planning. And tonight I'm here to present to the Council for consideration of introduction of an ordinance that includes a zone text amendment, or ZTA, and a zone map amendment, or ZMA. which is intended to implement some of the time-sensitive provisions of the 2021 through 2029 housing element or housing element. So the housing element is a part of the City of Burbank's general plan, also known as Burbank 2035. Each city in the state of California has to have a general plan, and each general plan has required elements, of which one is the housing element. Inside the housing element, the city is required to identify housing conditions and needs and establish some goals, objectives, and policies that sets forth the city's housing strategy. The housing element must also include, among other things, a list of sites that can accommodate new housing, demonstrating the city's ability to fulfill the regional housing needs allocation, assessment allocation, which for the city of Burbank is 8,772 units. And it must also include a full list of programs that will implement the vision of the plan. And just as a reminder, the city of Burbank has an adopted housing element from October 22. It's certified by the state, and it's valid until 2029 unless decertified by the state. So within the housing element, I mentioned there's a housing program. And this again outlines the plan of actions that are necessary to meet the housing needs within the community. So housing programs have to address certain issues, including again identifying adequate sites with appropriate zoning and development standards that can accommodate the RHNA allocation. So the City of Burbank's housing program includes 27 programs, and program number 5 addresses a rezoning requirement in order to rezone sites to meet the required RHNA number. As I noted earlier, a major component of the housing element is that identification of sites and subsequent rezoning. The city also plans to accommodate the required housing through a variety of different methods, including the rezoning, pending and entitled residential projects, accessory dwelling units, and the rehab of market rate units. Table 1-41 of the adopted housing element identifies the 19 sites that the city specifically identified as opportunity sites that are capable of accommodating the majority of the city's RHNA numbers. The sites were identified as those most suitable for residential development during the 2021 through 2029 housing period, and they're selected due to their proximity to transportation, grocery stores, medical facilities, jobs, and open space. 12 of those sites are in the proposed downtown TOD specific plan area, and that's transit-oriented development. And the remaining 7 are within the proposed Golden State specific plan area. And upon rezoning, those sites will address the majority of the required RHNA number, so they will address 6,066 units. Pursuant to state law, because the city has an adopted certified housing element, we have until February 15th, 2025 to complete our rezoning of these opportunity sites. And failure to do so has some pretty significant consequences, including ineligibility for major state funding sources for affordable housing, a weakened control over local zoning, also known as builder's remedy, court-imposed fines, and other court actions to compel compliance. As I mentioned before, those 19 sites are in 2 of our specific plan areas. The planning for those areas is still underway, and there's some critical environmental analysis being completed. And allow us to continue with that analysis, this housing rezoning must be done before February 15th, 2025 to allow those specific plans to proceed appropriately. So as I mentioned before, this project includes 2 components. The first is a zone map amendment. So for those that are not aware of, zoning is how the city regulates property and how that property can be used in various geographic areas of the city. And an overlay zone is an additional layer of planning control that we can apply to specific properties. In this case, the 19 opportunity sites, which are depicted on this map in light blue. An overlay zone will impose those additional regulations to make sure that those opportunity sites can be developed pursuant to the housing element. And then the second part of the project is to amend the code to implement this opportunity site overlay zone. And all those details are in the published staff report, so I won't reiterate them here. As part of any project before the council for consideration, we are required to do environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. The housing element itself has a program environmental impact report, and we hired Rincon consultants just to verify that this project, of course, is consistent with the adopted housing element, which it is. And there's no new information that requires additional studies. And that being said, staff's recommendation is for the council to introduce the proposed ordinance as indicated in the published staff report, which would approve the zone text amendment and the zone map amendment and find that the project's consistent with the housing element EIR. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council on this public hearing item only. The public comment period is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Got any more? No? Okay. Assistant City Clerk, looks like we have 2 public comment cards. Do we have any callers on the queue?
No callers on the line.
Okay. Since we only have a couple comment cards, you will have 3 minutes each to speak. And our first speaker is Mr. Donahue, followed by Ms. Bax.
Good evening, Council. David Donahue. Happen to be an ADU provider. I work with the largest, the most active general contractors that are building ADUs in the city of Burbank and around. And I also am a provider of factory-built, manufactured home ADUs, things that are pretty exciting. So I have a lot of experience, and I would direct you to attachment 3 of the report. In particular, page 5, item 6, promote accessory dwelling units. The part of it that I wanted to make public comment on is that there is some sort of relationship to, well, they bringing costs down. One of the number one things that people are building ADUs for is for a family member. I did it for my 89-year-old father-in-law, Chuck. He's living like a king right now because my wife spoils the heck out of him. And a lot of people are doing it for family, or their young people are doing it. So one of the issues that I did, I contacted John Brennan. John Brennan happens to be the largest builder of ADUs that I'm aware of, currently has anywhere between 50 to 75 under construction in Los Angeles, and the majority are in Burbank. The question I came up is like, what would you do? What would be something that I could bring to this council, to this body, to the staff to say, what's a concern? He goes, David, it's 751 square feet ADU. The cost to do that is about $30,000 in permit fees, connection fees in total, 30 grand. Doesn't have anything to do with design fees, which would be about 14,000, structural, which would be about 2,000. So now we're well over, getting close to 50 grand. And just to be able to get your plans ready, pull plans, and actually have the will serve letters from the utility companies. It is excessive. I would ask that the City Council just look at that a little bit more granularly to be able to incentivize additional accessory dwelling structures. The numbers that go, I only saw it at 2022, I think are going to double, if not triple, in the coming years. It's going to be a great way to add to the regional housing needs assessment. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Liz Bax.
Hi, everyone. I know nothing about the housing situation. I mean, not the situation, but this whole thing that was sent out. Luckily enough, I was paying attention to my email and did get it on November 27th because it's a staff report and 6 attachments. One of the attachments is very, very, very long. I am trying to understand it. I've been trying to understand it since November 27th, and I still don't understand it. So I don't know if there's any way to put this in a little bit better layman's term, because I get past the staff report and now I'm glossed over, and I can't even understand the documents, the statement, the attachments that are coming on. So I open up the second attachment, and it is a table, and from what I can guess, by the names that are located here, I can only think that some of these, are they going away? What's happening? Is Black Angus going away? Is the YMCA going away? Carl's Jr.'s, is that going away up by, I guess that's by the park? And Ashley's and El Pollo Loco, those are all going away? Is that what's happening? I hope somebody can answer that for me. And then the other thing is the second part of that attachment is the GSSP. I don't understand if we are supposed to, are we going to create all the infrastructure around that site area where you want to do all the building? Because I don't know of a lot of grocery stores there. And on the Empire one, that E and F, there's not even a lot of public transit there either. So trying to get from A to B to C to D and wherever you're trying to go in Burbank is not possible. Me, as a now 62-year-old woman, and soon, by the time all this is built, will probably be close to 75. And you guys all want me to get around on this mass transit, right? I'm supposed to get to Costco, to Target, to my grocery store, which is not anywhere on the bus line right now. So I just kind of, basically, the big thing is I want to understand attachment 2 because I can't get any further. It's too much for me. Thank you. And I want to understand the rezoning. I don't understand that either. I don't understand what the difference is.
Thank you for your comment. Those are all the speaker cards I have. Do we have any phone calls?
We do not.
All right, there being no further public comment, I now declare the public hearing, public comment period, closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments?
Hi, yes, good evening, Vice Mayor. Yes, I'd like to respond to a few of the public comments we heard here tonight. As to the second speaker, I regularly put the offer out to meet with individuals and explain to them any city policies or documents related to planning, just so they can really understand. I know it's a lot of heavy material that to us seems like, you know, typical everyday things, but is pretty much a foreign language to anyone else. In fact, I'm meeting with someone tomorrow, and I've met with the first speaker individually to explain planning-related policies and documents. So I offer that also to the second speaker. For the first speaker's comments, we do hear a lot of feedback on our ADUs and the processing fees for that related to the city permits, and we are continuing to study that. That's an ongoing process that we do every year. We're looking at permit fees, so we'll be continuing to look into that issue. So that's it for the staff comments on that.
Thank you for that. Council, do we have any questions? Councilor Mullins.
In relation to the speaker questioning attachment 2-1 in regards to Carl's Jr., Kmart, and et cetera, she asked the question, are these all going to go away? Are they closing? Is there a possibility you can answer that question for us?
Yes, I can. So the identification of those sites as opportunity sites doesn't mean that the city is going in and redeveloping them. It means that we have allowed additional potential on those sites if those property owners are interested in redeveloping them into housing projects. So that's what it means. We're not doing anything to the properties. The city isn't personally doing anything, but we are making it, increasing the opportunity for something to occur there.
Can I just ask one follow-up, Councilwoman? So in the case that one of these businesses decides to leave, it may be a possibility that this site is a housing available location.
Correct. Under the housing element, it does offer or does establish that certain amounts of housing can be built on each of those sites.
Thank you.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, I would go further as to say, for many of these properties, the property owners have already come in and indicated an interest in developing housing. So, for instance, for the YMCA site, they came in with a multiple parcel proposal to build housing. That project did not move forward, but it was something that the property owner themselves had expressed an interest. And that's the case with, for instance, number 7 on 2-2, the Civic Center. The city itself has expressed an interest in building several of the sites in the Civic Center with mixed income housing. So it's consistent with the property owner's wishes, but to Ms. Landry's point, the rezoning simply makes that permitted density for those sites, which was already approved by the City Council when they adopted the current housing element in 2022. And this action tonight is simply implementing that designation of these sites into the zoning before our mid-cycle review next year.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Councilor Mullins, any other questions?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I'm just curious about one of the sites in here, which is a cemetery, Valhalla. If I'm reading this correct, this is proposed 678. Is that 678 units?
It's not the cemetery itself. It's vacant. It's property adjacent to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm beginning to be really concerned when looking at that.
If you look on the map, it's
turning that into housing. Okay.
A very interesting front yard.
This is not poltergeist.
Yeah.
Well, when you see a cemetery on that list, it's like, what's happening? Okay, thank you for that. I do have another question, though, in regards to if you can share with us what is the impact of these zoning changes on our local community and infrastructure. So, our utilities, the transportation, we heard about, from going from point A to point B, let's say. What is going to happen to our infrastructure in adding all these housing in there?
Yes, I can address that question. As part of the housing element, the 2021 to 2029 housing element, it's accompanied by a programmatic EIR that looked at the provision of utilities for all of the housing contemplated under the housing element. So it looked at putting in the 8,772 units plus a buffer for a total of 10,011 units. So the city did do those studies. We worked with our utility partners, got confirmation from them that we have the ability to serve all of those units, and it put forth measures to get that service online. And then an attachment to the staff report is just our finding of consistency with that environmental impact report, that is still the case. So we have confirmation from our utility partners that they can do that. And in addition to utilities, we looked at mobility, circulation infrastructure, and a lot of other city factors. And that's addressed in the certified housing element programmatic EIR, which is still applies for this project.
Thank you. Still have a couple of more. I want to also now touch on ADUs because it is in attachment 3-56A where I think ADUs have been very beneficial for our city because they apply to arena numbers. So I have the answer, but just for the sake of entertainment for the public to know, the pre-manufactured ADUs, those are, when they're installed, are they counted towards our arena numbers?
Any permitted ADU that is in the city of Burbank is counted toward fulfillment of our arena requirements.
Okay, so someone that would install a pre-manufactured ADU, they have to go get a permit. Obviously, they don't pay what I just heard, $30,000, which is was a surprise to me because that sounds like a bit expensive. But if someone would install the pre-manufactured, it's still, they have to go through the permit process. They still have to do the foundation and utilities and et cetera, whatever is required.
Yes, that's correct. We have to ensure that even if it's pre-manufactured, that it still complies with all the applicable development standards, including the state building code. And this is to ensure basic life safety issues. Mm-hmm. We don't want to permit something that will create a hazardous situation for the occupants.
Thank you. So in to encourage additional housing and having, of course, ADUs because they apply towards our number, and also to help those who are in need to have a father-in-law, mother-in-law, kids, or even a rental. We want to encourage having people look at pre-manufactured ADUs. I mean, there are possibility for doing that. I noticed on the site, Los Angeles site, where we used some of their plans from that they have on their site, that we have them as what we call maybe a sample plan on our own website. I noticed that they have a pre-manufactured ADU on their website as a sample and giving information about that. Have we thought about bringing that also to our website like we did for the regular design ADUs?
So this is a different topic than agendized?
Not really, because it's in the agenda and it's attachment 3-5 where we discuss ADUs. And so this is a perfect opportunity. So I just want to ask if we, as given an example, have we thought about also adding that? Thank you.
Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott. Next week, our building division staff is going to make a presentation to you. It's next week, right? 17th? On the pre-approved ADUs. So we'll address that question.
Okay. Perfect. That sounds just fine. Thank you. I think it's something we need to take a look at because we're addressing ADUs in this report and the importance of ADUs for our housing element. So that's the reason I'm bringing this up. Okay, these are the questions I have right now, and then we'll go on from there.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Anthony.
I'd actually like to follow that same train of thought. I'm going to try to stay on the agenda item. We had a speaker come forward, mention 751 square feet, but in the staff report, we're recommending that the city streamline 500 square feet and under three-quarters of the time. Is that what I'm reading in the staff report?
This staff report for the Housing Element Opportunity Site Overlay Zone doesn't really address any ADUs and the size limitations for ADUs. It's just to establish the overlay zone for future housing development.
In other words, the attachment 3 are all of the different implementation measures. The ordinance before you is one of the implementation measures.
I see.
That's correct.
So we're not, okay.
So every year we provide to the council an annual progress report on our housing element, which addresses all of those program items. So that will be presented to the council in the first part of next year, and we can address that in more detail.
I understand that. I think what I'm trying to get at, we had a speaker come up who's an expert in ADU construction and is recommending that, I believe his recommendation was to increase our promoting of ADUs to a larger size so that people can get their return on investment, so that developers are more apt to build the housing that we need. Do we have that written into this new change? Are we looking to, when we come back next week, is that something we can address?
It is something that council can choose to agendize for future items. The city planning department continually updates the code. As you are all aware, the state imposes a myriad of different ADU regulations every year, and we try to respond to them, and we are working on a future zone text amendment to address ADUs. I don't have a date as to when that will be before you, but it will be our sort of semi-regular update to the council.
Okay. To the speaker who came, please attend the future ADU. We have something next week, and let's discuss that further. Oh, yes, Mr. Prescott.
Welcome back, Mr. Prescott.
Thank you. The presentation next week is just during the city manager comments. Oh. It's not we're not presenting any new updates, neither tonight or next week. There is no plan to bring forward any amendments to the zoning code related to ADUs. That's not the subject of tonight. What? Am I wrong? Okay. So, Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so just while Mr. Ramirez walks up to the microphone, I would point out that on page 2 of the staff report, the largest paragraph in the middle, it says the requirement to rezone the sites is formalized in the 2021 to 2029 Housing Element Plan Program Number 5, Attachment 3. So you go to Attachment 3, and on page 3-4, Program 5 is Housing Opportunity Sites Rezone Program. So as Councilmember Mullins indicated, yes, promote accessory dwelling units is Program 6A, and there's also track and monitor accessory dwelling units, Program 6B, but this ordinance in particular is Program 5, and this housing plan was adopted in 2022. So it sets forth all of the actions.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director. My director was not wrong, so I'm not correcting him. I'm just elaborating that the question to your answer as far as what we're doing regarding ADUs to the city attorney's comments are different programs that will be addressed under a separate agendized item at a future date, which is what Ms. Landry noted. So we are in constant talks in regarding the update you're going to get next week from building on updating our pre-approved process and incorporating previously adopted plans into the city's review so that people can look at those and consider those as options. We're also looking at updating the regulations as those happen on a regular basis by the state. So we're going to bring that back at a later date. But we're always looking at ways to continue to promote ADUs. As you may be aware, in the housing element, when we did our housing opportunity sites analysis, when we went to the state to get approval, they also questioned how many ADUs could be built to meet our housing obligation, and we projected out 1,600 units. We're pushing close to 800 now, so that's a very robust number, and we anticipate, we don't see that being letting down. So I just want you to be aware that that issue is constantly being looked at by staff, and we're looking at ways to further promote that effort. We're actually conducting surveys of those ADUs as well. So just want you to be aware that that effort is undertaken, but it doesn't specifically go with tonight's discussion because of the fact that what we need is approval to implement the rezoning requirements for these properties, and then ultimately the idea is that through that it'll streamline the ability for a developer to consider building housing to get us to that number. So it's not one silver bullet solution to get us the number of housing units you all envision, but it's one of the required things under our approval from the state that we have to complete in short order with this first reading and then hopefully second reading, and that all that takes effect before February 15th of 2025. So that's why it's here.
Just to follow up, I wasn't going to talk about ADUs tonight, but we've been bringing it up, so I thought I'd ask some questions.
No problem.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but tonight this report was already approved by the state, and we're simply adopting it into our code, and it aligns the general plan table, all of the local, the specific plans, all of the FAR requirements and the zoning in those little neighborhoods. It basically cleans everything up and approves our general plan and our housing element, makes them match to what the state has already said yes to.
There's a lot to unpack there, so I'll keep it brief. The housing element you previously approved and was certified by the state, this effort, which is basically the implementation of that goal in that particular program, is the actual zoning. So structurally, if you're looking at it, is we had the bigger vision that you all approved, and now this is the implementation tool to put it into effect. So that's what we're coming to you tonight with, is with the zoning tool. Once you approve it, that's in place. Now developers can look at that, have greater understanding and transparency of what they can expect as far as the capacity of development, and then they can proceed with submitting an application if they so desire.
And so just to clarify, for Ms. Bax, for anybody else at home, about 2.5 years ago, we sent to the state a theoretical plan of here's some ideas we think is going to allow us to build the housing you're requiring of us without getting into the nitty-gritty details. Today, we've come back and now we've outlined all of the details, and we're basically putting in place all the nuts and bolts, dotting the I's, crossing the T's of what we approved 2.5 years ago.
I would remove the word theoretic. It's a concrete plan approved by the council and certified by the state. And if the person that commented is interested in getting kind of a sit-down, detailed explanation, I would encourage you to sit down with Ms. Landry and be able to have that context that maybe she needs. And then we can walk her. We have no problem walking people through the opportunity sites overlay that's in the housing element, as well as how it fits in from a nuts and bolts standpoint with what we're doing tonight. But there is no, to your point, there's no mystery. This was previously adopted 2 years ago, and now what you're putting in place is one of these one of 27 programs that we have to put into place before 2029 and make sure that we get those units.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Mr. Ramirez, before you head back, I believe we have one more question from you.
Well, I wanted to clarify the one thing between Mr. Prescott and what you said. So next week, it is next week, the 17th. It is a city manager report or a staff report coming back?
It's just going to be a presentation.
A presentation.
On new efforts that we've undertook to further promote ADUs. So in essence, it's kind of a big splash on additional effort we're doing under this process.
Okay, and to the city attorney at that time, I guess during that presentation, are we allowed to give, it's just a presentation, I hear that. So we cannot really discuss or give any further direction to staff at that time to what we wish to have in the future.
What I would say is we'll be coming back to you, no doubt, in the coming months with ADUs and to get your feedback and all further direction. And I would probably say that if you show us a little bit just of patience, we'll get there. We're in constant talks with members of the public, including the person that commented, and we're always looking at refining our efforts. But we'll be coming back to you. We can provide a report through the city manager on just updating you on our efforts and what the rules and regs are that we have to comply with. And then if you so desire at that point, we can come back with additional information.
Okay.
So you could ask at the end of tonight, or it may be better to wait for the presentation next week and then ask at the end of the meeting on the 17th for what you wish to see.
Okay, thank you. Are we, is it okay to ask, because you mentioned the specific plans, that to see when, if we have a date, is it spring or summer when we're bringing specific plans back to us? Or
so one of the topics of conversation you all had, and Ms. Andrew was very clear in saying, is that we're not only proposing development potential and with the specific plans in each of these specific geographic areas, but what we want to make sure is that whatever we're recommending to you as projected growth and intensity of development, that we're able to support that with the city's infrastructure. So that level of analysis has required a lot of time, but we're envisioning that by the summer of this year, you'll start seeing the specific plans coming in short order, one after another. But we want to make sure that collectively with our colleagues at BWP Public Works, that we are able to stick to the goal of the city in the general plan that says that we have to ensure that development pays their fair share and makes necessary upgrades to the infrastructure to support their development.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. Great questions. So I just wanted to share that I also had a rough time going through all of the materials. It's a lot. It took me a little extra time this week to review. So it is a complicated, very deep set of information. So just wanted to kind of commiserate with you on that. I think very, very simply, and please correct me, I want to make it like as simple as layperson terms as possible that I can translate it, is that basically this opportunity site map is telling the state where we believe we can hold the housing that we have said we will build in our city that will help us get to the numbers that we have declared we need to and want to build.
Yes, yes.
Does that kind of clarity? A little bit of clarity. Okay. Just a few follow-up questions about that. So in these sites that are indicated on the map, they're not the only sites that housing can be built, right?
That's correct. There's many other sites within the city that housing can be built on. These are the sites that we've just committed to the state as saying that they are the greatest potential for future development.
Okay. They will not automatically be built on, right?
Well, a developer would have to come forward and propose a project on it, and under the housing element, they would be permitted to build on that site.
Okay. But it still goes through a process, the same process as any other development site, that it's not just like tomorrow they'll be popping up, the entire map will be popping up with housing.
It would go through the normal permitting process. They would be reviewed under a similar process to like an SB 35 or AB 2011 project.
Okay.
We would confirm all of our objective development standards.
Got it. Okay. And this is required by the state that we do this, right?
It is a mandate, yeah.
Okay. And what do they do with this information once we've given it to them?
So when they get this information as part of our annual report, it shows that we're making progress towards our commitment in the housing element. And we are legally bound, pursuant to some state laws, to do this rezoning component because it's really important to facilitate the development of housing. If we fail to do so and we show in our annual report that we have not yet done this program, they can decertify our housing element, which would leave the city open to a wide variety of really bad consequences.
Okay. Yeah. So us submitting it and them receiving it, they're basically saying thank you for doing what you're required to do.
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, this is already answered, but I just want to kind of walking through the steps here. What do developers do with this map?
So developers could look at this map and understand where there's the best opportunity for housing development projects, where the city's already studied it, where we believe that it's most appropriate, and then they can put forward projects in collaboration with the property owners themselves.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for walking me through that. Thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor.
Thank you to my colleagues for their questions. I don't have any questions. I would just say, hope it's a little clearer, kind of. I hear you. I've worked in state housing law for a while. It takes a lot of time to learn the policies. But basically, I think Mr. Ramirez put it best in one section where he mentioned the housing element is really what we turn in. It's our roadmap. And this is one of the steps into implementation. Our zoning needs to match what we're saying is what we're, our zoning needs to match what we say we're going to actually build on. If we say, hey, state, we think these are the greatest places to build housing in our city, then our city municipal zoning needs to match what we say. And if it doesn't, then we will be found out of compliance with the state, and that leads to very, very bad consequences, like builder's remedy. So I don't have any questions of staff. Now I declare the public hearing closed, and the council will now deliberate. What is the council's pleasure?
Well, I don't want builder's remedy, so. I mean, like I said before, I was ready to vote on this thing. We've approved it a couple of years back. It's just putting in all of the stuff that we asked for in the zones that we think it works, so, yeah.
Does it sound like we're ready for a motion? Okay.
Yep. Oh, all right, I'll make a motion. There we go.
I'm picking on you today. Sorry, I think it's that we're matching.
Wait, that's the public hearing. Let's see, I'll move to introduce an ordinance of the council of the city of Burbank amending the zoning map and Title 10 zoning regulations of the Burbank Municipal Code to create a new 2021 to 2029 housing element opportunity sites overlay zone to implement required 2021 to 2029 housing element program actions pursuant to state law with the zone map amendment, zone text amendment, and project number 24-0004926.
I'll second.
All right, motion by Anthony, second by Takahashi. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Motion passes 4-0. All righty, we have 3 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentations, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, and as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the first period of general public comment. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now, as no additional cards will be accepted once the comment period commences following staff's presentation. And our first report to council tonight is the adoption of an urgency ordinance and introduction of a regular ordinance to amend the streamlined ministerial review process for development projects subject to streamlined ministerial review when required by state law, including Government Code Section 65913.4, SB 35, and 65912.100, ET Section AB 2011. Thank you, Ms. Landry.
Hi, good evening, Vice Mayor, Prez, and members of the council. Amanda Landry, CDD Planning. We don't have a formal presentation for this item tonight, but I do have a few comments just to explain what the project is, and a couple responses to some of the public comments we've received. So for your consideration tonight is an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance that would, in a sense, modify the city's existing process for permitting or reviewing applications submitted for streamlined ministerial reviews. And as you're aware, the state has imposed several regulations that mandate certain streamlined ministerial reviews. And the state has made it very clear that the intent behind these regulations is to facilitate the development of housing. And this is mainly imposed on jurisdictions that have historically not developed a lot of housing. The Burbank Municipal Code contains provisions that set forth the city's unique way of processing these applications for streamlined ministerial reviews. However, upon adoption of some recent state laws, the city's process includes some steps and requirements that are inconsistent, which puts us in jeopardy. Most notably, the requirement for a public hearing before the city council, and a processing timeline that is significantly beyond what the state will allow. And those put us in jeopardy of not being able to review these projects in a timely manner, and essentially putting us at risk for them being deemed approved because of our failure to meet those timelines. So the proposed changes in the urgency ordinance would bring us into compliance with state law. Specifically, we would remove the city council review and have the community development director act as that review authority. And then we would update the processing timeline to match state law. So combined, these modifications would provide a lot more clarity to the public. It would provide some certainty to the staff, and there would just be a better understanding of how these projects are going to be processed, consistent with state law. And this would also, again, allow us to review these projects in a timely manner so that we don't find ourselves in the situation where we can't meet the deadlines and they're automatically deemed approved. And we would forego the opportunity to really and fully check if these projects comply with all of our objective development standards. So that's what the project is in a nutshell. We did see there were several public comments, and I can address them later, or I can address them now. I'm happy to do so. We did receive some concern, right? Some concern from the public that transparency and open government is a high value from the public, and we agree. We think that is a really important thing, and we understand that this is a tradition and of importance to the city of Burbank. Our process has included many, many opportunities for public outreach and engagement to work on tinkering these projects so that they are more compatible with our neighborhoods. The state, however, has taken that away from us. But we do have some things that we can do in the meantime to continue to provide some level of awareness to the public. Right now, the city, for some of our streamlined ministerial reviews, we have the ability to post information about those applications on our city website. And we can continue to commit to doing that within like a 21-day frame, which is what we currently do. And that would include revising our website so that it's a little easier to navigate and understand and find information. We understand that it's not super easy for, the average Joe to figure it out. So we commit to doing that, and then we can also create an e-notify sign-up list where people would get push notifications anytime these applications are submitted, and we update our website with that information. And then we got some concern about public notification for certain areas within the city that are identified by the state as requiring additional review. The city already follows those regulations. We incorporate that by reference into our code. To codify it and duplicate it into our code, we could put ourselves at risk if the state law changes and then we're inconsistent. We find ourselves in the same boat that we are today. So we recommend just to continue to incorporate by reference. However, we will amend our application projects to make sure the developers do their homework and identify if they're within any of those zones so that we can ensure that the proper process is followed. And we did hear from some of the commenters that they would like the streamlined ministerial review process to have a design review at a public hearing, possibly with the Planning Commission. And that's kind of grounded in their belief that we already have a design review process. But I wanted to clarify, the city does not have a design review process. We merely check for objective development standard consistency. We have a board called the Rancho Review Board, but they only review projects subject to development review, and all they do is opine on the consistency of the project with some really kind of aesthetic design guidelines that are not enforceable as objective development standards. So again, we don't have a design review process that applies to housing developments. So I think that sort of summarizes some of our response to some of those public comments, but we can clarify if you have any additional questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Landry. You're 2 for 2. And don't go too far. We have public comment, but then I'm sure we'll have questions. Do we have any public comment?
We haven't received any cards for this item.
Okay. So no public comments. So do my colleagues have any questions? I'll go. Oh, you're so polite, both of you. I'll go with Councilmember Anthony first then.
Okay, all right. Okay, so when someone submits for an SB 35 project, first they do the letter of intent, and then when they actually give design, we have 60 days to review it. And then under new state law, starting January, once we give feedback or any changes, if they resubmit, it's no longer a 60-day clock, it's now 30 days.
30 days. Yeah. That's correct, 30 days.
So the 60-day original we still have in January, but then the resubmittal cuts that in half.
Yes.
And that's for any size project. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. They're going to sound a little dumb, but I want the public to hear this specifically. If we go through the 60-day process and we say, hey, your designs are not in compliance, they don't match our building standards, they don't match our municipal code, you can't approve this SB 35 project. They say, okay, let me redo it. The developer gets the opportunity to resubmit. They resubmit. Now we're on a 30-day window. Under our current rules, not with an ordinance proposed tonight, but under our current rules, within that 30-day period, if we are to find that it is not in compliance, if the director of community development goes, no, you didn't meet any of these development guidelines, this is out of compliance, but we are not able to get a city council meeting in time to deny it, once the 30 days is up, it's automatically approved.
Under our current process, which requires that city council meeting, yes. Under the proposed process, the staff could issue an incomplete letter, and the developer would have to go back and address those items in the incomplete letter.
Okay. So I'll leave my comments to deliberation. That's the very clear question and answer that I wanted the public to hear about why this is happening tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. I don't really have, I do have a request, not so much of a question, because I know this is a straightforward ministerial process that we have to follow, required by the state. I do want to make a comment in regards to notification of council members, and I apologize, I stepped away for a moment, so I don't know, you might have mentioned it already. Transparency is important to me. And a lot of time, and I heard you say that when I stepped back, a lot of times a project could be submitted to staff and you start to work on it and council would not know that it's happening. So I think my request is that council would be notified as soon as that letter of intent comes to staff, that staff will send council an email with the project that's being taken place. I know you get a lot of emails, a lot of projects submitted to you, and we don't always get the email for that. But given that this is an SB 35 project, which is, again, by right, it's important for me personally in this, to know that there is a project, there is an intent, and where is this project going to be taking place. So I don't know if the rest of my colleagues, it's just notification to council. And the one I believe you did address, which is really working hard on making sure our website is complete documents put on the website for the public to see what's going on, because that always beats public records requests, or always beats that we're trying to hide something and we're not being transparent. The one question I have, I was under the impression that within SB 35, it's required that we post within 20 days, but I heard you say 21 days, so I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, and if you can clarify the time itself.
Yeah, so pursuant to the Pickwick Agreement, we follow a 21-day posting requirement. So we're proposing to follow that and be consistent with that for all of our permitted streamlined ministerial review applications.
And we're not saying that we're going to wait till the 21st date to post, so we can do it as soon as possible that we post the information.
Scott Plama, Planning Manager. We post it when documents are ready. So we want to make sure everything's correct. We go through the documents to make sure that they're complete, ready to go. So we want to post accurate documents. So that's why we need the 21 days to ensure that staff has the time to go through the documents and post the correct documents.
Would that include the first initial, the letter of intent? Is that?
The notice of intent is
notice
part
of
of it,
intent.
yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Anthony, a follow-up?
Yeah, just a follow-up to that. Is that the same timeline and the same information that we would post online? Or is there a separate... So the 21 days, that's the notice to the people in the area and all the construction around, right? That's
to put into the website all of the application materials for the project, yeah.
Oh, okay. So I see. I got you. All right, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. Just a few questions. How many SB 35 projects have we approved up to this point?
So we've had six SB 35 projects, 2 on the same site, and that would be the 910 Mariposa site.
Okay. And how many AB? This is also applies to AB 2011, right? So how many AB 2011?
We have not yet received any AB 2011 applications.
Okay. And how many are in the pipeline for SB 35? Do we have any other than the Mariposa? I mean, so the Mariposa was approved. Or do we have any SB 35 that are in the pipeline that are being waiting on to be approved?
We do. We're reviewing projects now. It's on our website, the projects that are being reviewed that have not been approved yet.
And how many are those? Do you know off the top of your head? Roughly.
2. Is it 2?
2. Okay.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, so I think, 6 to, this is a pretty manageable number. I think, obviously, though, it's a lot of materials for each project, so I'm not saying that it's like just pop it on the website, it takes 2 minutes. I understand that it is a long, long process. At this time, it looks like there are still very low numbers of SB 35 and no AB 2011s. So I think it's reasonable to expect the posting. However, I do want to keep into consideration that if we do end up seeing more SB 35s and they get piled on, that to have this conversation again in case that needs to be updated, so that the staff is able to do your work, but also provide the information to the community in a timely manner. I share my concerns with Councilmember Mullins about the transparency, about the community. Our community is very, very aware of what's going on, and they want to be notified, and so, and you know this, right? So just wanted to put it out there that we're also aware of it too, and that just to encourage you to do everything you can to get these projects up on the website as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. I don't have any questions for staff. This is pretty straightforward. Thank you for bringing it forward. And I just want to add, thank you for the piece about having it on the website. I know it's not necessarily a requirement, and it's something that we're doing in the city of Burbank to increase our transparency, to ensure that despite the fact that state law has precluded
our normal review process from happening with the city council in an open public setting, we are still taking the steps to be as public and as transparent as possible without giving false hope to the public that we can make a decision on these review projects. Any other questions? No. All right. Let us talk about it. Anybody have any comments, thoughts? Okay. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. I move to make a motion to adopt an urgency ordinance and introduction of a regular ordinance to amend the streamlined ministerial review process for development projects subject to streamlined ministerial review when required by state law, including Government Code Section 65913.4 SB 35 and 65912.100, which pertains to AB 2011.
And then do you also want to introduce the...
Well, let me ask, do we need a separate? She's mentioned both.
So that motion is appropriate if we just strike the word introduction of a regular, and then do a second motion for introducing an ordinance.
So do you want me to read number 2 in the records
Yes,
now? So we can
please.
make one motion together.
Perfect, if that's what you'd wish.
Sure. And number 2 is introduce an ordinance of council of the city of Burbank to amend the streamlined ministerial review and approval process for development projects subject to streamlined ministerial review when required by state law, including California Government Code Section 65913.4 SB 35 and 65912.100 AB 2011 Zone Text Amendment number 24-0006015.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion by Mullins, second by Anthony.
Just one last piece of discussion. If you're out there and you want to make sure that the developers in this city are building SB 35 projects that comply with the Burbank Municipal Code, with our general plan, with the localized plans, with the housing element that we have, giving the full 30 days to staff to make sure they go through every single piece of that document, to me, is the best way to make sure they're in compliance. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. And the only thing I would actually, sorry, Councilmember Mullins, just because we didn't talk about it as a council, I would also appreciate receiving that notice to City Council, just so we're aware when the projects come online. All right, let's take the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 4-0. All righty. The second report to council tonight is the adoption of an ordinance to amend Title IX, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish mandatory earthquake hazard reduction standards in existing wood frame residential buildings with soft, weak, or open front wall lines by establishing mandatory retrofit regulations. Mr. Albert Lopez, Principal Plan Check Engineer from the Community Development Department. Welcome, and please present the report.
Okay. Sorry. Presentation. Yeah. Hello, members of the council, Vice Mayor Perez, council members Takahashi, Mullins, and Anthony. My name is Albert Lopez, Principal Plan Check Engineer in the Building and Safety Division in Burbank. On September 10th of this year, council introduced Burbank Soft Story Ordinance and requested staff to consider additional research items to enhance the ordinance for affected citizens. We're back here to report on these items and provide recommendations to make the ordinance work for Burbank. But before we move on, I would like to highlight that the items that we're reporting on today relate to a segment within the ordinance, and that the overall goal of the ordinance itself is life safety, protection of lives, and conserving Burbank. So some of the items that we were requested to look into related to any financial assistance opportunities to homeowners to comply with the ordinance. We're looking at the pass-through cost amount in the ordinance and then they provide an explanation of where it came from. Looking into importance tiers, providing some kind of early compliance incentives to make the ordinance work. Looking at the limited amount of extensions to consider and within the ordinance as it was presented to consider financial hardships. So overall, the summary was looking at financial opportunities plus flexibility in the timelines that the ordinance was asking for compliance. So one of the first steps was looking internally to see if the city could provide its own funding program, loan program, or grant program. We connected with the financial group as a preliminary analysis and the feasibility of this. This does require an upfront high investment from the city to set up a program to quantify how much the program would have to offer to cover the cost, to looking at the stock, our housing stock, looking at these different elements, the number of units, number of stories, to kind of look into how much money this would the city would need to look into in order to make this, to help out the owners to make the retrofit work. So we're looking at millions in order to kind of set up an infrastructure internally. It would also require us to hire additional staff members that are able to administer this, so that way we are able to put it into place. And and in considering the timelines that the ordinance right now presents, it would not align to what we're looking for in trying to get these retrofits going and completed. We also explored and initiated discussions with the Gain Credit Union for a potential partnership to see if to complement grants. We're open to hosting any type of meetings for any other financial institutions that are able to want to inform the owners as far as any type of options they have for loans. We also looked into the PACE program. The PACE program from the California statewide communities. PACE stands for Property Assessed Clean Energy. That also offers loans for retrofit project works. The thing with that one, it would, in order to opt in, it would require us to pass a resolution so that way homeowners can directly apply to that program. We also looked into the hazard mitigation program, federally program itself, that's very competitive. The limitations on that one is the fact that funding is only provided when a disaster occurs, and that's where you're able to apply for it. But in addition to that, it also considers, again, our own infrastructure being set place in order to, again, provide certain numbers, how much money we need in order to apply and compete with other applicants. So it's money that is really not guaranteed. And again, considering to what we're looking for in the timelines of the ordinance itself, how it was presented, it just wouldn't align. We also looked into the BRIC program. And in addition, as far as the requirements, it requires this additional infrastructure that the city needs to have to apply. We did submit our notice of intent to see what, and we'll continue monitoring that. But again, it's very competitive, and in discussions, in meetings with the consultant that assesses the BRIC program, but in the previous year, no funding was given to seismic retrofits. In addition to that, the funding is not guaranteed, and since it's very competitive, it would take about 2 to 4 years for some kind of funding to be given. Now, out of all these programs, there's one that's very promising and really aligns with our ordinance, and it's going to be administered by the California Earthquake Authority. They already have funded allocated with them, and their program is going to be rolling out sometime next year. They went through the process and have money ready that the owner can directly apply to, and It's for multifamily options, and again, we'll continue to monitor that so that we can get the information to the homeowners or when it's applicable, so that way they can sign up. And it's similar to the earthquake brace and bolt program that has been established in the last couple of years, and all the funding and administrative goes through them, and that's something that I think we really are promoting and giving information out to the building owners that they could take advantage of. And again, this one's the one that aligns with our ordinance perfectly. To just show that what the program seems promising is that LA Times wrote an article on it in October, kind of highlighting that FEMA granted them about $40 million for a soft story. For us, we feel that you know, other agencies in California are paying attention to that soft story is something to consider. And we feel that we're on a good path to within the ordinance how it's being presented. We also looked into the pass-through costs amount as it was introduced. When we modeled the ordinance itself at pass-through, we looked into the City of LA ordinance as a model. Now, the City of LA ordinance, soft story ordinance, does not have a segment relating to pass-through costs. So what they did is it did an amendment to their existing rent stabilization rehab costs, which was dependent on another ordinance that were passed in their books back in '98, where it took into account average rent, took a percentage of that, and then when the soft story retrofit was adopted and introduced, they just halved that amount. So $750 was the average rent in '98. When this 2013 soft story ordinance was passed in LA, they took they took only 5% of that. So if $750 is taken, 5% of that is $38, and that's what we used, and that's what was presented in our ordinance. Now, if we were to do that for Burbank, kind of the same logic, average median rent is about $2,500, and taking 5% of that would be $125 a month. We kind of put that on the side, put it on hold, looked at the pass-through cost amount of $38 and did an inflation count, and so we're increasing it and proposing it to be at least $51 per month. We feel that this is a more equitable approach, and it's also like another way to kind of help out homeowners to recoup some of that cost for the retrofit. Now, we also revisited the limited hardship requirements in the ordinance as it was introduced, and we've modified it and recommending amendments to it, where as long as good faith acts, and that's dependent on the milestones that we have in the ordinance, are being met, that's meaning that they've completed their pre-screen form within the first year, have submitted plans and gotten approved, then those extensions due to financial reasons are going to be evaluated and accepted, because we do want these retrofits to work. But in addition to that, additional requirements in the ordinance are still going to be applicable. For example, required signage on the outside of the building to bring awareness to the tenants that this is a building that's within the scope of the ordinance and that requires retrofit. And also recordation on the property itself. As the ongoing theme today, like, we believe in transparency, and we want to kind of have it in both ways, awareness to the tenants, and then also if there's a transfer to the property. We also looked into tiers. So other ordinances, other cities and their soft story retrofits, they consider the number of units, number of stories in their building stock, or a combination of both. On our end, we're looking, based on the number of units that we have, we feel like all buildings need to comply at once, because the focus on our end is life safety. And as I mentioned, we're trying to conserve the existing building stock that we have, but not without offering some kind of incentives as a trade-off. We're proposing to provide an incentive program where the building owners are able to recoup some of the permit cost. And depending on the timeline of retrofit, within a half a year or 3 years, they would recoup either 50% or 100% of those permit costs. This creates sort of a natural tier in our eyes, where we're giving the choice to the building owners to comply with whatever the timelines they're balancing out. So our recommendation in the end are the following. We're recommending to be January 10th as the official notice date. We're recommending for the pass-through cost amount to be $51. We're also recommending for the incentive program to be part of the ordinance. As I mentioned, this is providing a natural tiering effect for the stock, and the added flexibility in the hardships, so that way it's more of the building official's discretion. And again, as long as good, there's been some reciprocity as far as meeting some of the milestones, that's going to help out a lot. To sum up, these items enhance the ordinance in order to help affected citizens and achieve retrofit compliance to provide life safety to Burbank tenants. On our end, we want to save lives. And if these proposed items help to do that, then we're all for it. Thank you. And again, my name is Alvaro Lopez, and if there's any questions, here's my information.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Lopez. We're now going to move on to public comment, and then after council will ask questions. So the public comment period, I have 3 speakers, and you will have 3 minutes, starting with David Kaishan, followed by Mr. David Donahue.
Good evening, Council. David Gaishan, the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. We are here today to urge the Council to refrain from taking further action on this ordinance that will substantially impact the existing supply of affordable housing now and in the future until the newly elected council member has been sworn in and is allowed to participate in the discussion. Moreover, we strongly urge you to reconsider the underlying financial assumptions used to draft this ordinance. The Council is currently operating under outdated cost calculations derived from Los Angeles City's ordinance that was passed in 2015 and that used cost data from an even earlier period of time. The price of materials and wages have significantly increased over time, and those increases were vary per item. Blindly increasing an old cost cap that was based on significantly different costs fails to acknowledge the complexity and volatility in conducting retrofits today. Instead, the city must conduct a current cost study to develop a detailed program that best suits its particular community. In addition, it is reckless and inappropriate for city staff to purposefully ignore the considerable differences between small independent owners and institutional investors by proposing a mandate that does not recognize the substantial differences in access to readily available financing. Mom and pop owners need far more time to try and obtain traditional financing to pay for mandatory retrofit work. They do not have private equity consortiums, corporate shareholders, or Wall Street to readily obtain such funding. LACD's program has several tiers and compliance dates in their program that were specifically designed to acknowledge this basic fact. It has also adopted this detailed process to avoid incentivizing underqualified contractors from soliciting work from distressed owners trying to meet unrealistic timelines. We urge the Council to conduct a cost study for seismic retrofit in order to revise the existing proposal to accurately reflect current costs, revisit the need for a cap other than 50% of costs, and design a tiered compliance structure to minimize the harmful impacts it will have on the current supply of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. David Donahue, followed by Christy Maloof.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Donahue, and a couple of observations. I was here in the chamber when the Burbank Housing Corporation was presenting to you early, and oh my goodness. The previous speaker talked about institutional investors and people having to handle the costs of mortgages, and I think that that was something that the Housing Corporation basically presented. They have a very low interest loan that they had with the agreement with the city. They presented to this body that the cost of their insurance had gone up, I think, double, triple, or quadruple, some astronomical number, and I apologize, I don't remember exactly. But they were going to default on their loan, their balloon payment. as I understand. And they were asking for consideration. And I thought it was a very interesting sort of example that can show this council just how the cost of insurance is affecting people that provide housing. Our partners, the Burbank Housing Corporation, a fantastic organization doing amazing work, is now being saddled with costs. Saddled. This soft story retrofit with a $51 pass-through, if you took a 10-unit building, the calculation is about $25,000 per unit. Let's keep the math simple, $250,000, $51 pass-through. Guess how long it's going to take for them to recover their cost? 40 years. That's just one metric. We've been talking to you for 2 years about the costs. The Burbank Housing Corporation presented to you their costs, and you gave them a lot of consideration. Mr. Ron Bax, earlier today, showed you a lot of statistical data to show just the cost of a housing providers, what they're facing. There are very unfortunate situations where people are being displaced from the housing, and that's not right. So I really think it's great that Councilmember Mullins mentioned, that the fact that, hey, let's see what we can do. And that should be the action the council should take. My only ask to you is to look at the costs, be considerate of it, and to be very mindful of how you do this soft story retrofit, the timelines, and the impact it'll have to the Burbank community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our final speaker is Ms. Christy Maloof.
Good evening. I'm a little confused about the all buildings because I attended a couple of the meetings, and I think I talked to Mr. Osuna, and he indicated they were going to match LA Cities with 3 units above the soft story. So now it's all buildings, so I'm a little confused. I've had 3 different people out to look and examine the building with different contractors and retrofit specialists to come and say, oh no, you don't qualify. One says, yeah, you should do it. Okay, and the prices are outrageous, and they want to guarantee parking in the contract. I can't guarantee they're going to have parking when they come. People doing all kinds of construction and ADUs and now retrofitting. But I'm very confused with this all buildings and not 3 units over. So all of a sudden now it's all buildings. So I'm very confused about all this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, we have now completed public comment. Would staff like to respond or have any responses to the comments?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mario Suna. I am an Assistant Director with the Community Development Department and Building Official. And in response to public comment, we did a lot of community outreach for this item, and the concern for retrofit cost was something that was brought up quite regularly. I think that is the main reason why we introduced the pass-through cost provision and also the permit refund incentive. Out of the cities that have passed mandatory soft story seismic retrofit ordinances, we are the only city to be proposing both an incentive early compliance refund and the inflated adjusted $51 per month, right? And I want to stress that is an inflation adjusted number, right? We felt that was the most equitable way to go about it because it captures not only for the renters the real impact of what those dollars mean today in everyday life, right? But it also captures the increase that goes along with construction. So I think it serves both sides well. I think we don't want to lose sight that while we are sympathetic to the costs incurred by property owners that have buildings that are that have this deficiency, we want to keep focus on the fact that this is a very well documented and well-known building deficiency that is directly associated with life safety. We're not asking for an upgrade in the building's electrical wiring to meet today's electrical code. We're not asking to upgrade the building to meet today's accessibility standards. We're not asking to install solar panels or high-efficiency heat pumps. While those are all admirable asks, what we're asking for is to safeguard people's lives, right? This is something that is well known, it's well documented. The city has been aware of it at least since 1998. We tried to go the voluntary route, being sympathetic to the costs associated with this improvement, and we got 30, 35, 38 permits in that time frame. In a much shorter time frame, other cities, Los Angeles has fixed 8,000 of their deficient buildings, and Beverly Hills in 4 years, I believe they did 230 something of a much smaller stock. So we don't want to lose sight of what the real purpose of this ordinance is. That being said, I think that we did hear the concerns about the cost that's associated with this, and the pass-through cost is it's a per unit. It's charged on a per unit per month basis for a maximum of 120 months, so 10 years. The idea is or the theory is that you can recoup up to 50% of the cost that it's going to take you to retrofit the building. And when you run the calculation using this updated inflation-adjusted $51 per unit, and we look at statistics that were conducted by other cities as late as 2018. I think Beverly Hills Beverly Hills used 2018 permit data, and West Hollywood did a study in 2018. Their average cost per moment frame was $25,000 to $35,000 per frame. When you do an inflation-adjusted calculation on that, it comes out to about $38,000 to $40,000 per frame. Every mom and pop buildings are going to need anywhere from 1 to 2 moment frames. Usually, you're going to be 1. So when you do the $51 per month, it's going to meet very close for 1 moment frame to the 50% recouping of the total cost or estimated cost, and it can even exceed in some cases. So I just wanted to point that out, that we are sympathetic, and we understand that this is a cost that is not something that people want to undertake, but in the end of the day, we're talking about improving an asset that you own and preserving human life. So, thank you.
I want to give my colleagues a chance to, thank you, Mr. Osuna, to ask some questions, but I did want to see if we could address Ms. Malouf's question about which buildings are included.
Sorry, yeah, of course. So the retrofit addresses buildings of 3 units or more with a soft story deficiency. Right, so if you have 3 ground units and you were, for whatever reason, flagged, and there is no soft story on the first floor, then we have, we explained that when we introduced the ordinance that we're going to have a very owner-friendly screening form where you can complete it and you can present it to us without having to hire an architect or an engineer or a contractor, and staff will review it. And if your building is 3 units or less than 3 units, then you won't have to hire an engineer to run an analysis. If you are 3 units but you don't have a soft story condition on the first floor, then you won't have to hire an engineer to do an analysis. So I did speak with Ms. Malouf, and I don't remember her building exactly, but we can more than glad to sit down with her again and explain this.
I would encourage that so we can figure out the confusion so she can be sure whether or not this is an issue for her. And I believe if folks have questions about whether or not their building is essentially on the list, not in today's report, but on September 10th, in that report, one of the attachments did include a list of buildings that would be required to go through the soft story retrofit, correct?
Yes, so there was a list, And we're also proposing to have a very owner-friendly screening report that can be completed by a person who's not a professional, design professional. So if Ms. Malouf's building does not fall within the scope of the ordinance, then we will go ahead and take it off.
Great, thank you. And don't go too far because I have Councilmember Anthony and then Councilmember Mullins who have questions.
So if you have a list of all the buildings, why do they have to do the screening? Can't Ms. Malouf just look up her address?
So I think the screen, when the list was put together, there could be some flaws in it, right? We used assessor information, we used the year of construction, and we actually did drive-by inspections, right? So if you have 3 units, right, or say you have 4 units, and then the person doing the...
Hold on, let me stop you there.
Sure.
Yes. There is a possibility for an individual owner to work through an assessment on their own. I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
My issue is, why aren't we just simply compiling the full list and saying, these are all the people? Because at the end of the day, what we're asking for is compliance. And so a year from now, if we show up to somebody's door and say, hey, why aren't you in compliance? They could say, wait, I did the screening and I was not part of it. And if that's the case, then we're losing out on individuals, or there might be miscommunication, or simply the fact that you're asking non-engineers and non-urban planners to fill out a document that they may make mistakes on, right? So is there, I guess I would just recommend, we're only 17 square miles. There's only a couple of 100 buildings. Like, can we just make a list, and if your address is on there, you got to do it.
Sure, and that's what we did. So we did drive block by block and did an assessment. Even still, sometimes you're not allowed to go on the property without permission, right? We tried to go on one specific owner's property who had a question. They did not respond to our request to access it. But we are going to make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And the form is intended to knock out the ones that are just totally wrong. Say like you had like a detached single-family home and a duplex with a garage underneath, right? Someone driving by could have seen the garage and the duplex, looked at the list, said 3 units, soft story, boom, you're on. Right?
But in reality, it's only 2 units.
It's only 2 units and a detached. So
Gotcha.
there is room for mistake, right? And that's why we want to take the time to capture those 2. And we don't think there's going to be too many. So it's not going to be super onerous where we can't address it. But yeah, I think hearing all the feedback, we definitely want to take the most cautious and owner-friendly approach when dealing with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Anthony? Councilmember Mullins?
Thank you. We received an email. It was actually on the e-comments, and I know the answer to that, but I think it's important just to let the public hear. This individual said, I do have earthquake insurance, and it is my responsibility, not the city's responsibility, that if something would happen and have an earthquake, that they're responsible for building. So why are we forcing them to comply when they have to be responsible for building their own units, if you will? So I think what that person is saying, why are we forcing them to do it? Because it's up to each owner to decide whether they carry earthquake insurance, or whether they can fix the building now, or maybe later, and maybe taking a risk and waiting for something to happen and then have the earthquake insurance take over from there. Can you address the reason why we're asking those individuals, I believe it's 600 and some units, 670 or somewhere around that ball figure, that we're requiring them to do the retrofit?
Yeah, of course. That's actually a really good question, and that did catch our attention when we saw it as well. The reason is because human life, right? This ordinance, while the side effect is that you're protecting building stock, and you're keeping people in their homes, you can't really put a dollar figure on the people's lives that are living there. So to take the approach that I have insurance and the insurance covers my property, it's really not seeing the main purpose of the ordinance, and that's that insurance is not going to bring someone back to life. It's not going to cover that aspect of an earthquake or a catastrophic building collapse.
Thank you for that, because I think that is important to address. The reason we're doing this is really for safety purposes, not trying to control individuals, whether they have insurance or not. We're trying to protect them from perhaps future harm and protect the tenants and even the owners if they live in the property. So that's the main reason we're doing this. We're discussing this program today. I printed a list of cities that have actually gone through the program, and then of course Los Angeles on there, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, San Francisco, Oakland, West Hollywood, Pasadena, Fresno, Long Beach, Santa Barbara, and the list goes on. What I noticed, the theme in there, number one is the permit fee was in all these cities that I just mentioned, the permit fee, there was a refund for the permit fee. Unless the website is incorrect, but I don't know. I just went in there and I was looking for those cities. It says permit fee refunds. While not commonly discussed, that's in LA. So each one of them really talks about what the process is, like Santa Monica, for example. But my concern is the financing program and some of the programs that these cities do offer to the landlords. And I found common theme that there is some programs that they offer to the landlords. There's Earthquake Safety Implementation Program, for example. That's the city of San Francisco. Oakland have Seismic Refit Program. West Hollywood, they have financial incentive. Fresno, they have loan program. So Long Beach, they have low interest financing options, and the list goes on. And what I heard you say earlier, that we looked into it. We looked into programs, but we really don't have a definite answer for council to say, we found something. The only thing I saw on here was Gain Credit Union said we're offering to put on some classes to assist the landlords, maybe tell them how they should budget for that. And this is kind of, for me, I think it's important that I don't know how these other cities were able to obtain programs and what programs they have. It would have been helpful to know what these cities offer. And I'm sure we could have done a little bit more work to find out there's some program out there that we can bring into to us tonight that would say, okay, we found a grant or we found earthquake, program or a grant that we can give them. So I'm missing that component because we don't have that information.
So that was a lot of cities that you listed. I wasn't aware that many cities had soft story mandatory ordinances. That's something we can look into further. We are familiar with the Beverly Hills incentive program. We are familiar with the pass-through costs that they did locally at Los Angeles, and that they left subject to their I forgot the term, but
which Beverly Hills?
I believe West Hollywood and.
Yeah, West Hollywood, they have financial incentive to encourage retrofitting, including access to low-interest loans and sometimes grant, depending on specific circumstance. Permit fee refund, the city offers permit fee refund for those who retrofit early, incentivizing faster compliance.
Yeah, so we are familiar with that. West Hollywood, Beverly Hills also did a pass-through cost that they leave up to the rent stabilization committee. So it's not a guaranteed one. It's something that they leave to an entity that Burbank doesn't have today. That's why we kind of went with the hard $51 per month. We did explore the grant option. We actually submitted an NOI. We had 3 meetings with the group that administers and to help our application be stronger. We are in that process, and we hope to see how far we can go with that. Truthfully speaking, it's competitive, right? We don't want to put the program on hold for something that's not guaranteed. And to be honest, there's entities out there who do it better, right? There's the CRMP and California Earthquake Authority. This is what they do. They're built to do this stuff. They do the brace and bolt. They're doing soft story for single family homes, and they got awarded money for soft stories for multifamily properties. So we think that's the best vehicle to get help to building owners. Not to say that we're going to not follow through with the grant application process. Albert has been really good about setting up meetings with Cal OES. But we're more optimistic with the California Earthquake Authority, and the fact that they're like maybe 5 steps ahead of us. What we're just submitting the NOI for, they did in the past. They got the award, and now they have like a fully mobilized team of grant administrators ready to go. Where for us, we'll see it through. But it's a big lift. We'd have to. I mean, we're a department or a division full of engineers and inspectors. We'd have to get people that have experience administering this kind of program, and a lot goes into it. But we'll continue to see it through and see what we can do for the building owners.
Yeah, I think just looking, because reading, of course, the staff report and going over all the work that you've done, and it's very much appreciated, because we asked you, I even went through the pain of rewatching the entire council meeting from September, so I can remind myself of everything that we've asked for, and also the discussion that you had the first time around. And I know you spend a lot of time, searching and coming back with the recommendations you've searched, but then I wanted to find out what other cities are doing out there, and it was really an eye-opener for me to see that they do have incentives. They do have refund for their permits. And then one of the programs that stood out for me, which is Santa Monica, they have the PACE, which is Property Assessed Clean Energy. That also program that Santa Monica is currently using. So the reason I'm mentioning all this, because there's options out there.
Oh, yeah.
And we can definitely jump on these options to try to assist the landlords in, getting those funds.
Yeah, no, I agree. We did look into the PACE program, and that's something that's out there as well. It's a loan that is leveraged against the property. And I think for the city to pass the city would need to pass a resolution for owners to be able to apply directly with the PACE program. So that's very much within our grasp of pursuing. It's voluntary, right? So just because the city passes a resolution, it does not lock anybody into having to get this loan. So that is something we looked into. We did the permit refund incentive. We strongly encourage that because it helps us too with early compliance, and then the pass-through cost. So yeah, I fully agree.
So at what point will you come back to us? I know you're asking us to approve this so we can move forward as of January 2025, right? 2025, not 2025. But At what point would you start looking at these programs? If we approve this tonight, I'm saying if and, you know, what we're going to talk about, when do you come back and say, oh, we found these programs, we're going to make them available, we're going to educate the public and give them an option, whether it's PACE, whether, you know, earthquake safety implementation, whatever it is that you're going to find. So when do we do that?
We're looking into it right now. I think the PACE would not be a very time-intensive ask. I think that's something we can come back before the first screening form is due, so that would be within 1 year, probably sooner than that. The BRIC program, we're at the mercy of the program. It's about, like Albert said, it's about 2 to 4 years for awards to be granted. So that's more of a longer ask. The CRMP. That's something that we're going to be in constant communication with, right? I mean, from day one, I think the article said 2025 was when they're projected to step into this. So we can come back with an update on the status of where we are with that. I don't recommend putting the ordinance on hold just because of the importance of it, but I think we can definitely come back and update council with our progress on the financials.
Yeah, most definitely, because the clock's going to start ticking January, and then before we know it, it'll be 2026, and we need to make sure that we have done some research, that we have this data available information, especially if other cities have already implemented some of it.
I believe Mr. Lopez wants to chime in.
Yeah, I want to add some depth also. On our end, when we looked at this ordinance at the beginning of the year, it's tailored to Burbank. And it also considers the fact of the other cities who will have adopted their ordinances and how it was implemented themselves. One of the big things that I want to highlight is the screening form itself. Is we use it as a way to save the homeowners costs at the beginning. The other ordinances that are adopted by other cities do require a licensed professional to complete those forms themselves. So for the moment, we took into account the fact that, at least for Burbank, being conscious of what we're asking for, and kind of make it tailored to Burbank's needs. Adding the pass-through cost segment within the ordinance itself is something also that's very unique, because not all of them did consider that. So I would say that the other cities that do include these funding programs is because they're recognizing the fact that as a licensed professional needs to be involved from the beginning in order to justify the fact that this particular affected structure needs either going to be exempt or comply with whatever the ordinance is required. These programs that were mentioned, like BRIC and even in the HMRP, which is a hazard mitigation program, there's money there that we could apply for. But one of the things that we looked at is the timing itself with the ordinance. And based on the history that we had a voluntary retrofit compliance path since '98, and only 35 have been completed. Looking at these grants, we felt like we applied, we're making the process to move forward with it, but it doesn't align with the timelines, especially since it's been 30 years since we've had a big earthquake, and also since 2008 when we did before I was here, the path to make it mandatory, and it wasn't passed because of the same financial type of elements. When we did this ordinance, we took that into account to help the owners out, to motivate them, and then with the amendments that we mentioned today, that's our way to kind of make it more human, so that way we are able to get these buildings for compliance. Because in the end, it's life safety, and to add on, it's our way to protect the makeup of Burbank, referencing to disasters, Lahaina in Hawaii, and also what happened in Florida for these type of certifications for the high rise of the condos, or a fire that just leveled a certain community. If somewhere were to happen, these buildings were to collapse, we are changing the makeup of Burbank, and we're also not preserving the existing stock. So this is our way to really help preserve the stock, protect lives, and at the same time offering the best that we can, some kind of financial incentive, some kind of help, because we recognize we're asking a lot. But the trade-off is we've been waiting this long, and this is kind of our way to sort of help out.
So.
And I completely agree with you. We definitely want to save lives. We definitely don't want to lose our housing stock and displace our tenants from the community. That is something is very important for us to make those type of decisions, even though they're difficult. But we need to look at everything that's out there is being offered, and what else can we do to make it even a better incentive to move forward and start taking advantage of whatever incentives that we can give them, so we can get this done sooner than the 5 years timeline that we have in our staff report that you guys are recommended. So that's the reason I'm looking at how do we incentivize and make this quicker, faster for staff, for everybody, so we can put this, project behind us. These are my questions right now, but
Did you ask her a follow-up question yet, Councilmember Anthony? Okay. Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. You asked a lot of my questions already, but I have a couple just extra follow-up or additional questions. So the deadline is 5 years, right, after the January 20th notice? Okay. So what is the approach if a landlord does let you know that this is just not doable for them, that they cannot afford it, they cannot get a loan, they cannot comply? What would be the step that you'd help, how would we help them be able to move forward with it if we don't have a grant program? Any ideas?
So if they absolutely can't do it, they would file for a hardship extension, right? They would have to do the screening form first, show good faith effort to comply. It's almost impossible for us to get into their financials and determine whether they're being truthful or not. But it's important that we that people know that this building is not safe. So we're still gonna require that the building is posted with signage that would notify current tenants and prospective tenants that the building is susceptible to failure in the event of an earthquake, and we're still going to require that the building is recorded at the county assessor's office. So in the event that someone is trying to purchase a building, they are aware that it comes with this liability or with this condition. There's an enforcement aspect to the code as well. It involves citations and condemnation of the building. We don't really want to take it that far, but in the event that someone just cannot comply, then we'll have to take the necessary steps to safeguard people's lives.
Okay. And this process of the voluntary retrofitting, that you said that started in 1998 was the beginning of that?
The first one, yes, in 1998, it was a voluntary ordinance was passed. In 2008, it was attempted to be made mandatory, but it did not take. So yes, in 1998 was the first time that the ordinance was passed.
Okay. And since 1998 and 2008, how often has there been communication with the landlords about this process and that it's coming down the pipeline, and to encourage beyond the voluntarily, but just to let them know that eventually it will be mandatory? How often do we connect with the landlords about that?
The big effort that comes to mind was in 2008, because I was very young in my career here, and we made a strong push to make it mandatory, and then we would have been one of the first cities at that time. So there was a really strong resistance, and that's when the timing wasn't right with the economy, so we did it voluntarily. I believe 2018 was when the last time that council directed staff to move forward with this. These are the big milestones where the public or where building owners are made aware of this condition. And then once we picked up the item again, we did community meetings, and we did presentations at Landlord Tenant Commission, Building and Fire Appeals. We ran announcements. We did like the whole website and email blasts and everything. So it's usually the big push happens when we're gearing up to make it to make the change to make it mandatory.
Okay. Thank you. And during those communications, when you're getting feedback from the landlords and about what their capacity is to be able to upgrade, did you get a sense that the landlords were saying that this is a hardship, but eventually we can make this happen? Or were you getting a sense that they were giving you feedback that we never really can afford to do this?
I think comparing to 2008, it was a different vibe, right? 2008, it was a very strong opposition to it. This go around, I think I want to say it helped our cause, at least, that LA has already done it. And, you know, LA is probably not as affluent as Burbank. So their compliance rates are really eye-opening when you really think about it. To say 8,000 buildings plus are now safer is really something that kind of, to us, it's motivating, right, compared to what we've done so far. So I think, while there is concern for sure, I think it helped that other cities have done something similar.
Okay. And I have one last question. In that process as well, did you happen to also talk to tenants who are in those buildings about potentially their feelings about the pass-through and what the cost would be for the retrofitting of their own building that they're living in?
We tried to reach out. That was the purpose of the landlord-tenant presentation that we did. We don't have the same. We did the announcements, right? We did the emails and the websites. It's just it's a little harder because we don't have that same direct connection, I guess, as we do with the building owners who we have on a business tax kind of account and everything. But we did do some outreach. We did not get too much feedback. I'll be honest with that.
Okay, great. Those are my questions, Vice Mayor. I have some comments for later, but those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. Any follow-ups? Go.
The $51, is that above any limits set by AB 1482?
Yes, because it's temporary. So it's something that runs for a maximum of 10 years after the work is completed, and only up to until 50% of the costs are recouped.
So you say once the work is completed, they're allowed to start the pass-through?
Correct, yes.
Okay. There was a comment mentioned about next week we have a new council member. This came to us first on September 10th of this year, right?
Yes.
Before it got to our desk, did it go through Planning Commission?
It went through Building and Fire Appeals. It went through Landlord-Tenant, not Planning Commission, because this is more of a building and safety ordinance, not so much
okay.
Planning.
Okay. My only other question is regard to the e-comment that we got. Mr. City Attorney, this may seem off agenda, but it's kind of related. I know there's federal and state law that allows cities to implement requirements for defensible space in fire zones on people's private property, regardless of whether or not they have fire insurance. So having earthquake insurance does not preclude us from also requiring safety measures and things that the state has deemed relevant and that we deem relevant for the protection of life and property. Is that right?
It does not.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
That was a related question. Thought you were going to ask about bouncy houses again. All right, so I have a few questions. So my first question is in line with the Beverly Hills ordinance we've been talking about. I know they have an 18th-month period where it's at 100%, you recoup your permit fees, and then 24 months, it's 50%. We selected 36 months, correct?
Yes.
Can you just share with me the reasoning? And I have no opinion for one way or another, but I'm just curious to know.
So Beverly Hills went with a 36-month compliance overall period. They were very aggressive. They were the most aggressive city, I imagine, because probably the owners in Beverly Hills are of greater means. We went with 5 years, which was kind of in the middle of what other cities did. And we did the 18 months because that feels like the most reasonable realistic. If someone is motivated, I get my engineer, I submit for plan check. It feels like the most reasonable timeline for someone that's pursuing it. And then we went with the 2.5 years. Oh, geez. Because that was about halfway down the middle.
I appreciate that. And I ask because I want to get into the insight of, we're being very thoughtful and very mindful of what this would incur and what a project of this size would take. I know we talked a little bit about the grants. How deep in talks are we with CRMP about their PACE grant and extending that to multifamily property owners?
I didn't catch the first part.
How deep in conversations are we with CRMP in talking about extending their PACE program to multifamily developments?
Yeah, the CRMP, they're by the Earthquake Authority, California Earthquake Authority. They've got information out on their website about that. Personally, I've spoken with them multiple times about that. The money that they've, of course, the California Earthquake Authority went through this. They went through Cal OES to get this money years ago. Obviously, they use it for the brace and bolt, and now the single-family residence soft story. They've got information. You know, I'm sure a number of us are on their list of, when you get more information, email me to continue to be on top of that. But in the multiple calls that I've made to them, I've been told that they're told by two different people that they are expecting that to be coming out in 2025. They're not guaranteeing it at this point because they don't want to be in that position, but that's what they fully expect it to be, and that's what they've got out there available on the website, that it's coming. But they don't have further information about that at this point.
Thank you. That gives me a sense of timeline and kind of, we've done our due diligence and as far as we can get. And I'd like to really think that the state will be coming down with something related to seismic retrofits this year.
Got it. And just to clarify, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself, and I wasn't on the project, the presentation earlier. Sean Hughes, I'm one of the consultants working with the Burbank team on the project.
Thank you so much and welcome. And I'll do a better job of asking folks to introduce themselves. Yeah. All right. Councilor Mullins asked about this earlier for the PACE program as well. The staff report states that council would need to adopt a resolution declaring our intent to opt in. Is that something that is recommended we do tonight? Should we put this forward? Are there potential reasons we may not want to declare our intent today?
Tonight, I don't believe we have the resolution prepared. I can't think of a reason why we would want to hold it off, because it's voluntary. But I do believe that city attorney's office has been looking into the program. But I can't think of a reason why we would hold off on doing it.
Well, it's not agendized. We don't have a resolution, so there should be information about the program that we put into the resolution. So that's the one reason why you wouldn't do it tonight.
So for later in the meeting, potentially, if we'd like to agendize that.
Well, what I would recommend, if I could chime in, if that's something that you would like us to pursue, that you direct us to come back as soon as possible to do that, whatever the necessary approvals are to participate in the PACE program.
Okay, so we can essentially, if council is interested, give staff the input to move forward and bring something back. Okay.
Under this item.
Great.
Not waiting for later.
Great.
Yes.
That was my question, basically. All right. I know we discussed a city fund and grant program, and I know there were concerns about, our general fund, and I want to be very sensitive when talking about our general fund. But in looking at the number of units, right, this is a specific population here we're looking at. It was a little over 600. And have we thought about the possibility of perhaps having a grant that we cap at a certain number and only providing it to folks based on financial need, like most grant applications, quite frankly? Has this been a conversation? So, for example, I'm just spitballing. we will provide up to 100K. Again, I don't know the finances of this, but we will provide up to 100K in grant assistance. Applications will be accepted from blank to blank date and be based on financial need.
We have not looked at that. We did have conversations with our finance department, and whether it is a large grant that has a huge impact on the general fund, or a small grant, there's still the administration aspect to it that would still tax in the form of additional staff members, and it opens up. There's a lot that goes into it that at least the building division staff is not equipped to deal with what we have today, such as vetting contractors, right? Looking at receipts to ensure that they're not falsified, or there's a lot of details that would still require a full blown out a program to be established.
Do we know of any cities that have gone forward with the type of grant program like this?
I believe that most cities don't use city funds for the grants. They use federal FEMA money administered at the state level. But to actually use general fund dollars, we did not come across any cities that did that. Permit refund incentive is something that we did see, but not necessarily a grant program.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Now I have a couple questions about the noticing to our building owners. What is the noticing, assuming this passes, going to look like? You know, especially, it's a lot of information, especially when it comes to, you know, here's what you need to do. There's some incentives. We encourage you go this route. This is your first step. What are we thinking about? Is it going to be by mail?
Yeah, it's not fully fleshed out yet, but definitely by mail, by email, via website, announcements at council, maybe even having more community meetings, right, where people can ask questions once they're officially on the list. But yeah, I think initially it's going to be the traditional notice, email, website, and announcements at council.
And I guess my one suggestion would be that we definitely include the incentives, like bright and bold and red, as much as we can, because I know in dispelling community information, it maybe takes 1, 2, 3, 4 times for the message to really come across to the right audience. So that would be helpful, and ensuring that it's in multiple languages, specifically Spanish and Armenian, as those are the two main other languages spoken in the city of Burbank. The other question I wanted to ask, and if my colleagues, I imagine my colleagues would agree with this one, we would also like to receive that letter when it goes out, so that it's sent to council and we're aware of what the letter looks like, we've read it, we've received it, so that we can ask any questions, maybe we have them.
The letter for the grant?
No, the letter that's going to go out to, that would potentially go out to building owners if this passes.
Oh, the outreach.
Yes.
You want us to review it before it goes out?
No, I just want us to get a copy.
Oh, I see. Okay.
In case people have questions for you, so you know what it is.
I thought you wanted us to like spell check it and.
Yes.
You can do that. I'm not.
I wouldn't do that to you all. And then my last question is based on emails and concerns I've received from the tenants in our city, and quite frankly, as a tenant, a concern that I also have. So I know we talked about the noticing, and we talked about how the requirement is that it's posted on the building. I have to be honest with you, that doesn't inspire much confidence in me, because one, I don't know that somebody will do it, and not based on malice or not based on they don't want to. We forget sometimes. Sure. There's many things like the new state law mandating the carcinogen substance post on garages. I have seen some folks do it, I have seen some folks not do it, simply because they don't know. So it feels like the least effective way to notify folks that a building is not seismically retrofitted to compliance, and it could be a risk. And my question is really, if I'm a tenant in Burbank and I live in a building and I want to know if it's compliant, how did I find that information? And then part two, if I'm a tenant in Burbank and I'm looking to move to a new building, how can I find out if the building I'm looking at is compliant? Ultimately, it's going to be my decision if I want to take that risk or not, but how can I get that information?
Yeah, that's a fair question, because I think today it would be via or as proposed, it would be via the posting on the building, and if you were to do your due diligence, it'd be by verifying with us, right? The building and safety staff checking the website. But I kind of see where your question is going, and I think that that maybe we could include language that speaks to the owner having the responsibility to notify current tenants and prospective tenants of the status of the building.
And just one last thing I would like to say, if my colleagues agree, I'd like to go further and say notify and describe what forms of notification, right? Because if you're a prospective tenant, how are you notifying folks? Is it by word of mouth? Is it by putting it on the lease agreement, putting it on an application? So it would be helpful, I think, for both tenants and building owners if we could define what is proper notice for current tenants and future tenants.
Sure. I think maybe language that speaks to like notification, and then lean back to the division or the department to approve the form of notification, and that would kind of leave us flexible say we encounter a novel, better way to notify tenants that.
Councilor, thank you. Councilor Anthony, I think you had a question.
Well, sort of a discussion on this. So correct me if I'm wrong, under this ordinance, if we adopt it, they technically wouldn't be out of compliance until 5 years from now.
Until 1 year from now, yes.
Until 1 year from now.
Well, yes, right. So until 1 year, we will know for sure if the building is a soft story or not.
Right. But they technically won't be out of compliance unless they pass the final date and they haven't completed it yet. Is that correct?
If they miss any of the milestones, so it could be 1 year, it can be 2 years, it can be 3 years, 4 years.
Okay, but if they're hitting all those milestones, they're still technically in compliance.
Yes.
Okay, and then at the end, if they just don't do it by the last marker, then they're out of compliance.
Yeah, that would be one scenario, yeah.
Okay, so I guess here's my suggestion. If we simply put in this ordinance language that says any landlord must notify their tenants that they are pursuant to this, they're covered under this. Technically, there's no way for us to find out if they did notify their tenants, right? So I guess my suggestion would be, if at any point a landlord is deemed out of compliance, if they miss a marker, then I think at that point we should mail the tenants directly. That's my suggestion. I definitely put something in. I'm in favor of saying, hey, you do need to notify that you are subject to this. Tell your tenants you're subject to this. But if they miss a marker or compliance date, then I think at that point it should trigger a secondary thing where because it's only going to be a handful of folks, I imagine, that we go out and we mail the units and say, pursuant to city code, this building is deemed out of compliance for earthquake retrofit. So I'd like both sides, if that's okay. Does that sound reasonable?
It does, and I just reread the section on the posting, and it reads that the owner or person in charge or control of the building within the scope of this section
shall within 1 year after service of the compliance order post in a conspicuous place the signage. So even if they are in compliance after 1 year, if the building is unsafe, they still have to post the sign on it.
And to that point, Councilor Anthony, I guess my question was more less in line with just the compliance of going through the code, but I think as a resident, you have a right to know if you are living somewhere that is currently seismically unsafe for multiple reasons, right? Maybe that encourages you to say, hey, this $51 pass-through, I understand the reasoning for it. Let's get this done. Maybe it encourages you to say, I should take more precautions personally. Obviously, we should all, everybody out there tonight, you should all have your earthquake kit ready. You should be ready to go in case of anything. But if you are living in a condition that is potentially more at risk, you have the right to know. Even if that building is going through the proper compliance channels, you have the right to know.
Absolutely.
If you're not in a safe situation.
Absolutely. And as proposed, after 1 year, if you are on the list, you have to post a sign. And that's why we also, in the exceptions, when we remove the limitation on the number of extensions, we maintain that the posting and notification still has to take effect.
And I would ask if my colleagues would, again, if this motion goes forward and if my colleagues are amenable to it, I would be much more comfortable with, sure, posting the sign, but also notifying your tenants via letter, sending paper notice. Because truly that's how you're going to get across. I know, look, I'm on council. I worked for the state. I obviously am paying attention to the new sign that's in my garage that says, state code, blah, 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 pursuant to state code, and a crazy number. Now we post this carcinogen sign in this parking lot, and I understand why that's happening. I promise you half of the people that live in my building have not even paid attention or have been like, oh, that's interesting. But it doesn't sink into the reality. And I think for the building owner as well, this is a benefit, because if you send a letter, if you send a notice to your tenant, they're either going to inquire about what's going on, and it's also a perfect opportunity to talk about that pass-through cost, if it's something you're choosing to do, right? It's all there in a letter explained versus a sign kind of posted to the side saying, hey, this building could have some issues in the case of an earthquake. So I would rather see that included in the language of our ordinance.
Sure, yeah, and I think as policy, heck, we can even do it ourselves, right? It's 675 buildings. We know the address. We can pay for the postage ourselves and do it.
Well, let's take one other thing off the landlords. Let's just send people the notices.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, in listening, going back to September meeting, we really discussed this item in length, and we did agree that education was really important, that the city was going to do their part. This is back in September. We talked about this item in length of making sure the tenants are fully aware, and not only because of the earthquake retrofit, but in case there's additional construction work that needs to be done and they need to have access to their apartments and whatnot, that we need to have the tenants being notified in advance of what's happening in the units. So I think back then we discussed that in length, and I'm glad you brought it back again tonight, because it's something that we can't overlook. Communication is really important for the tenants to be notified by the landlords or the city. I think the city can send those letters. It's official, it's coming from the city, so that's very helpful.
Absolutely.
Really quick follow-up. Yeah, it would be great if we're going to do it ourselves, this may be moot, but if we end up deciding to ask them to do it, the landlords, to provide a standard letter that they would provide themselves, and also to include translation for Spanish and Armenian too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Takahashi. Councilor Mullins.
If you can just remind us the approximate cost per unit for the retrofit. I know we talked earlier about what other cities have gone through, maybe the city of LA, but what is our cost? What is the estimated construction or the whole retrofit cost?
We've in the course of our research, and I apologize, I don't have it broken down by unit. I'd have to do a little bit of simple division here.
Or the project, or
yeah.
whatever.
Generally speaking, and of course we could look back at City of LA, but of course that was years ago. But we had information from there. Definitely more interest, a little bit more recent. The information from the City of West Hollywood. They've got information that discusses projects of certain sizes being anywhere from $40,000 to $160,000. Obviously, there's a big range because of the wide variety of size of project, how many units are in the building. A number of different conditions, what type of retrofit, how is the engineering done, how is that accomplished. We do have some more recent information. Simple online research indicates numbers anywhere from 20 to 80,000 for small to mid-sized projects, and that could go up to, say, 250,000 for very large apartment buildings. Not necessarily that we have a lot of those in the city here. Even more even more recent, one of the federal documents that was used in support of preparation of the ordinance was FEMA P807-1. It was written, I think it was put out just about a year ago, and we utilized that. In their document, they've got some sample projects. One that specifically comes to mind is somewhat representative of a large number of what we have the building stock here in Burbank, which I think. Of the 600 plus units, I believe approximately 500 of those are anywhere from 4 to 10 units. So they're kind of in that small to mid range size. There are some that are larger, but that's the bulk of them are in that size. And that's pretty close to, in the FEMA document, they cite numbers of around 65,000 is what they had for a 3-story, 12-unit structure. Again, these aren't bids. These are just kind of numbers that are being utilized to get a ballpark for what projects like this might be. Even CRMP, the California Earthquake Authority, they've got information online that cites project costs around anywhere from 10 to 80,000. So obviously there is a good range here, but it seems like those are kind of the numbers that we're seeing across the board. Obviously, those are up from the original City of LA numbers, but again, as time goes on, that's kind of that's the range that we're seeing for these.
Thank you for that. And so, in order to put it as an incentive for homeowners to obviously move faster forward and we get more than the 38 units that actually did it since 1980 or 2008. I want to go back to the City Fund grant program. I know that it's mentioned in the report that we're looking at a program as such of looking at $6.75 million, which I understand this is all out of the general fund and it's significant. But what I want to do is ask the city manager what the city has like for one-time funding program in a general fund.
Yes, council member. We do have one-time funds. So if you recall, a few weeks ago we had our general fund update. We roughly have about 22 million in unspent fund balance for a general fund. There's now I say that sounds like a big number. There's a whole lot of projects that are coming back to you, whether it's Starlight Bowl, new library, Olive Park, McCambridge Pool. So just want to, I
not get us excited.
Don't want to
with
get
the
you
22.
too excited.
Okay.
Now, what I would propose, obviously, 21 million for this that's a lot. I would not recommend that. However, if you did want to do some type of city funded thing to try to incentivize, my recommendation would be to direct us to look at some sort of reimbursement once the project is completed. I would put a cap on it, maybe a $500,000 cap, and first come, first serve. I'd probably look at maybe, so this is kind of a policy direction as far as what that total number would be. Is it 5,000? Maybe you do a 5,000 and you could do 100, first come, first serve. And at that point, we could see if it took, and we could come back, if it's super successful, maybe we extend it. I don't know. We'll see what our financial situation is. If it's not, maybe we adjust it from 5 to 10 or whatever that is. I'd like to start small. I do reimbursement. I would avoid right now doing any sort of financial means testing, just because that's going to add a lot of admin cost. I'd rather just, if we're super successful, let's do another wave of it. Let's figure out another wave of that. So that's my initial recommendations as far as trying to do something that is that staff could handle, that we could administer easily, that hopefully gets some bang for the buck as far as getting these retrofits done so people are safe.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that. Again, $5,000 is not going to pay for the cost of up to $160,000 for the cost it's going to take for some of the landlords to get this project done. But I think looking at the numbers of what we have, what we're at since 2008, that's a very low number. And obviously, with the other cities, what they have done is offered, whether it's zero loan, interest rate, whether it's a program through all the earthquake, all these different programs that I mentioned and you mentioned early. Something to give it as an incentive for individuals to come in on first come first basis. If we get 100 of them the first time, and they all submit for reimbursement because they completed the project. And I do like that thought and idea. You must have been reading my mind, because it should be as an incentive, and it should be, in my opinion, as you got to complete the project to qualify for reimbursement, and they have to submit it for reimbursement. I'm looking at how do we get it done sooner, and how do we also assist in the long run with a small amount that can get them excited about, okay, 5,000 is 5,000. 5,000 they didn't have, and I'm going 5,000, that's like 200 people based on the numbers that you mentioned. So I don't know, I'm bringing this up to my colleagues to see if this is something that we may take a look at in to move forward with this ordinance, to make sure that we do some sort of an incentive, since we don't have zero loans. We don't have any financial institution that's working with the landlords to trying to assist them through the project, something to get them moving faster to get qualified for it.
Question or comment?
I'd like to respond to that.
I have a question following up Councilmember Mullins' line of questioning. So it sounds like a rebate program of sorts.
Yeah,
right?
You could say that, yeah.
Would the appropriate time, I know the city manager mentioned a need to kind of flesh this out first, would the appropriate time to bring this up be perhaps budget season, the white paper?
It could. I sense, staff's, really wanting to make these corrections so people are safe. Just because there is, it's not a matter of if, it's kind of a matter of when. Right. So there's a balance there. That's a policy decision for the council, whether they want to forego kind of a discussion about the budget, because if you are going to do some sort of grant appropriation for this, well, you're sacrificing money for other stuff. So this is a perfect spot as far as policy, whether or not you want to prioritize this money, or if you want to wait and look at maybe funding this later as part of the budget. So it's certainly your choice.
Okay. I would just like to throw that out there as an option to look at with everything else we have going on, because especially in the coming year, my goal is to protect that general fund. Councilmember Anthony.
So in order to implement something like this quickly, You're right, means testing would just slow it down. But then at the end of the day, the folks with means are going to be able to hire a contractor and get an architect and do this quicker and be first in line. However, we are looking at providing extensions for people who need financial, waivers and stuff like that. So we've built in sort of a means test already. So I would like to wait on the grant program. I'd like to see what we can get in this first 18 months with just what we have now. And if we need to tweak it and add some incentives for people, that last 2 or 3% of folks who just can't seem to qualify for a loan or make it feasible for them to work, if they're at 36 months, if they're at 4 years out, and they're like, please, can I apply for a grant? I think at that point, once we've gone through the process of eliminating all the folks who can get it done, we have sort of this built-in means process where they're going to come to us and say, look at my financials. I can't do it. Please, can you help me out? And I think at that point, we should look at this number.
Well, I appreciate the discussion, and I agree with the Vice Mayor. I think all of the council goal is to protect our general fund, and we worked really hard in doing that last couple of budget years. And the one-time funding is, as the city manager, I believe it's a policy decision because we do have the funds, but I do want to address what you're saying. We have 675 units that need to go through the process for retrofit. The 500,000 would only take care of about 200 units. So there's still going to be 500 plus units that are not going to go through the process, go through, applying and getting that $5,000. And I'm throwing the number based on just a quick calculation. Could be 2, could be 6, whatever the council, whatever we decide. But this will incentivize people to come forward, the landlords, hopefully to get it done sooner than later. It's kind of an encouragement. Whether they have money, they don't have money, it's an encouragement to have them come in. If the people that you're talking about, or the landlords that you're talking about, if they had the money, they would have done it by now. Obviously, they haven't, even if they have the money, correct? Because we've been at this since 2008. And what I'm hearing staff saying, look, we became to a point where we're desperate, we need to do something about it, because we're worried about the big one. We keep on mentioning the big one that all of the council have been talking about. And so now we have to be creative. I was hoping that we can come in today and say, hey, we worked with a financial institute that are giving us 0 interest rate and we can assist those people. Or we looked at grants from federal or state and we can assist those people, and we're like, go for it. And what I saw in the other, with the other cities, they already managed to obtain that, and we sound like we have to wait wait in line for 2 to 4 years. What I'm hearing in some programs, and it's funds that we may get, we may not get. So the other cities obviously had some incentives that made the landlords go for it, because they don't have to pay interest on their money. So I'm looking for, how do we push this? How do we get that urgency out? 5,000 is not going to make that much difference in the project, because if somebody has to pay 160,000, that's still a significant amount of money. We have an urgency that we need to pass this. We need to move forward, and we need to get it done sooner than later. So how do we make this happen and give that incentive and that push for those individuals to come in? Because we're still going to have 500 units.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Takahashi, who hasn't had a chance yet.
Thank you. Yes, to get to weigh in on this. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. So, this process is a 5-year process, and, that concept of the rebate, I like the idea of a rebate versus a grant. The concept of a rebate that even if we decided tomorrow, the next meeting, that we're going to do this, it would take a while before anyone even qualify to get the rebate because I have to finish the project first, right? So I don't think we're in a rush to get the rebate program going today. I do think it's really important that we pass the ordinance for to get the program started, and that we have some time to think about what kind, if we're going to do a local rebate, to have some time to think about it. And to give staff an opportunity to, come up with some ideas, look at it in the budget, and weigh all the other things we're going to be using the budget general funds for. And if we waited until the budget process to look at this potential rebate, then it still is plenty of time for everybody who's interested to apply. And the first 6 months and year is really about getting people up to speed, getting people to know whether they even qualify, to get all the ducks in a row. So honestly, it's not going to be, even if a number of people jumped up right away to start the process, it's still going to be a while before they can even claim the rebate. So I kind of like a yes and with both sides here, where I agree that it's a natural kind of means testing by allowing the folks who have the means to get going on it sooner to get that permit refund right away, get going on that. And then the folks who are a little slower in the process are going to probably be the ones who, it's a little bit tougher financially. So I do agree with that. And I also agree that it's a good incentive. But I think that I also agree with you that I think that the budget is a good time to do it when we can put it in with the rest of all the other items and we're not rushing through the process. So kind of mixing all of your comments together into one. I do like the idea of supporting supporting our landlords and the grants, because as we were talking about the other cities, the grants that they have are, the federal and state level grants, FEMA and whatnot. And so if we could get those in place as soon as it's possible, what if we got those in place within the next 6 to 8 months? We may not need necessarily right away to have our own local rebate. So I think it might be worth just having a little bit of time to kind of flesh out the support, financial support side before making any kind of rash decisions. But I do think all these avenues, the grants, the rebate, and the 0% loan option, all these need to be pursued in order to help our landlords. And tonight, I think we also need to pass the ordinance so we can get things started. It doesn't mean they have to start the process tomorrow, but that we start the process internally and with the notifications and all that stuff, which I think is important now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi, and I wholeheartedly agree, personally. With this, right, there's a few avenues we can take. I would personally like to see what staff can do to pursue these options. I know, like Councilor Mullen said, we're waiting in line, but I'd like to see if in 6 months that changes. And again, this is the beginning of the process. Any rebate, any end of project incentive would come later. So I'd like to see what avenues we can get to. And I don't want to be too hasty on approving a program that we haven't fleshed out. So I'd like to see what we come up with at budget season. And to your point, Councilmember Anthony, I would feel better if this money went to the folks who need it most. With all due respect to our larger landlords, they are not the Christy Maloof in the corner sitting here tonight waiting to see what happens with this. I'd love the money to go to somebody like her who has, a smaller property, is a member of our community, and is waiting to see what happens here. Somebody who needs it more, quite frankly, who's going to need those dollars. That's what I would like to see in a rebate program. Obviously, I understand that you can't come up with that tonight, come up with the parameters for that, which is why I'm proposing it for budget season, so we can make sure that we can at least try to get this money to the folks that need it the most.
I appreciate the discussions, and I don't think that the discussion really understands that this will help Ms. Maloof in the back, because if she knows today that the city is going to help and assist in expediting this process and saving lives in the event that something does happen, she will be applying, not speaking on her, but I know when I have for her, but I know if I have somebody that tells me you get a rebate, you get a grant, whatever the cause is, reimbursement, and it's the first come first basis, as a human being, as somebody who's in business, as somebody who's trying to look out for the best interests of their business, you will be coming faster than usual to apply because you want to be part of that first 200 people. So I think maybe I mispresented. It's not so much about the money, it's about getting this project moving forward and encouraging people. Because right now we're going to say, okay, we'll come in and apply and let's wait 6-7 months and see what happens. We lost 6-7 months. 2026 is 12 months away. So if we do this, we need to have a program, in my opinion, and it's tough decisions. I mean, I'm not saying this is easy, and being hasting, just, let's give the money away because we have the money. I'm looking at how do we manage this program and have our parameters put ahead of, we have a lot of decision. We need to decide on the permit fees. We need to decide on how much or the $51, all these things have to be decided, right? So you have a package. This is not an increment. Let's just do it in 6 months. Well, 6 months, we lost 6 months, and we lost some people that could have done their screening in 6 months. I'm just putting it out there because we sound like we have something important that we need to move forward and do. And whether we do it today or is in 6 months, in my opinion, I think it's going to encourage more people. Maybe it won't work. Maybe people don't want to do it, and we're going to have to force them to do it at one point. But it's definitely something that, as council members, that we took in consideration, and it's an important item to save lives, to make sure that we're not in a situation where we had the earthquake, the Northridge earthquake, and this is the point. 5,000 is not going to really pay a lot of things, but it's going to help them, plus the permit fees, plus the $51 that we're looking at to pass through. So it's a package deal, and look at it as an urgency matter that we're dealing with, not so much we'll deal with it in the budget 6 months, 7 months. Let's see what happens first. Because 200 people are going to go really fast. We have 675 units that we need to address. So.
I want to say something real quick. So I worked in property management for a number of years, and I'm not going to speak for Ms. Maloof or any of the other landlords, but the first thing you're going to have to do is see if you qualify, right? So you got to reach out to the city and see if you're on the list. Second, if you do qualify, you're going to have to talk to an engineer or an architect or a planner or someone in construction who knows how to build the retrofit. There's a number of private companies that do this. They're very popular. They say, hey, we'll come out and we'll do it, one-stop shop. Some people might use them. Some people might use somebody that they have, that they've gone to before. Third, they may even speak to a lawyer to see if they have to or how much they need to do. And then third, they have to go to the bank and get a loan for this. And so all of that stuff takes time and energy and expertise. And I will tell you, the smaller property owners don't necessarily keep all of those kinds of folks on staff. They may have a consultant or someone on retainer, but sometimes they don't keep any of that on staff and they outsource it. And so they've got to find that person, they've got to pay for it. And so if we did it as a first come, first serve, I'm confident that by the time the construction is completed, the people who will have finished first will be the people who are able to do it quicker. But we didn't mandate it before. And what I'm saying is, let's try the mandate first, because the first time we've mandated it, let's do that. We'll bring back a budget white paper. We'll talk about this in the next 6 months. We'll get an update. We'll see where we're at. And then at that point, I'm more than happy to set aside some dollars. Maybe we get some FEMA money to help folks who are having trouble with this. And at that point, what you're going to see is a lot of the smaller landlords will have gone through the process and they'll have talked to their loan officer and they'll say, look, I literally can't qualify and here's why. Here's my paperwork. And so they'll be ready to present to us versus now we have no system in place, no means testing in place. I think doing this in the right process is going to get us a good outcome, and we're going to be able to get a lot more compliance. That's just my
I'm going
thinking.
to go to Councilor Takahashi.
Thank you. So, in the end of the day, we don't have to agree. We don't have to all come to a consensus, right? I think, first of all, there's two things to vote on. We're voting on what was presented tonight with the package, right, which does not include a rebate program. And then a second item, if we want to talk about the rebate program, would be separate. I also think that the process of applying for the rebate is also going to take some time for everyone to kind of get up to speed to even what that is. And if you look at the data and the evidence, which I like to do in other cities, is that once the mandate is put down, there is a lot more compliance, just naturally. So I think that there will be a surge of compliance, but it won't be everybody. And even if we do the $5,000 today, it's still, we don't know because we don't have evidence. We can think, well, it would encourage more people, but it still might be the same people that would have done it if we had the mandate just by itself. We don't know. So I think I'm in agreement with Councilmember Anthony that give it a chance with the mandate and the rebate, the permit fee returning, and let the gears get moving. Let us look at some potential grants. But I'm not at all opposed to looking at internal rebate programs for our own general fund too. I'm not opposed to that at all. You also know me that I want to be thoughtful about things, and I want to have a chance to go and look at it and see what maybe other places in other even states, I don't even know, other places have done before making a decision tonight. So I think that we should have two votes, personally, to have two votes. And it's okay if we don't agree. We can just, decide on kind of, the vote. But that's just what my position is on that.
So I'm just going to say I'm really grateful to Councilman Mullins for bringing it up. Look, you brought it up. You're pushing for the rebate, and it's valiant intentions. You're trying to get it done right now and see if we can get as many people to apply and get through the process as possible.
And that is exactly. Right. I mean, it's how do we, and you want to talk about, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. No, go ahead.
And look, I'm just saying you're getting to, we all have the same goal end in mind. I think we have different ideas about how to get there, but I think what you are hearing from this council is we're all committed to a rebate program. We are interested in this. I think some of us would like to see some more information. I think Councilmember Anthony and I mentioned wanting it to go to people with financial need. Councilmember Takahashi mentioned means testing. And Councilor Mullins mentioned, how fast can we get this in the books? And so I definitely don't think anybody's desire on the dais, if we're trying to look for consensus, is to wait beyond the next 6 months. I think we want it to come back as soon as possible. And it's the reason I suggested budget season, because I know I started asking about a grant program and it got technical and in the weeds. So if we could get something clean by then, I don't know that it would delay us as much because folks have yet to hear about this. They have yet to receive the notice saying, you have to do this. By that point, I'd even like to get their input in saying, like, I'm interested in this rebate program, or $5,000 is nothing to me, or can you amp it up to this much, right? That gives them a little window to give us their feedback, which I welcome in the time being. But I understand where you're coming from. It's a valiant effort in trying to get it done because this is really scary. And the point is that we should all be interested in getting this done. It's lives that we're talking about, as Councilor Mullins pointed out.
But this is a discussion and I appreciate it, and I think we all have the same goal in mind, is to make sure we're saving the lives and we're making sure we're in compliance. But I want to remind everyone this takes effect January 1st. And by January 1st, this is when the process is going to start. They have to submit screening. They have to work on, meeting with the city and evaluating whether their property qualifies or not. And the time, we have to be very careful with the time. The budget discussion is not going to take place until
May, June.
May, June. That's 6-7 months, and May, June, 6 months. We usually, let's say the end of May, middle of May, 5 months, let's say from 6 months from today. But so that means we have to look at the time and see how many people actually applied and gone through, and then make the decision then. But understand, and I'm going to put it out there, those individuals that haven't come forward because they don't have the financial means or they can't do it, the extension, we have to counter that 6 months that we're going to be waiting into our time period. Because I think looking at going in 6 months and saying, oh, we only had 10 people where we could have had maybe 50 people that have come forward. We have to be, I wanted to give staff something, directions, solid directions to walk away understanding what the council's consensus and how we're going to move from here. Unfortunately, we are not all in the agreement that we want to do this tonight. So I'm fine, but I'm going to remind everybody when we're discussing this that this is critical. And Councilmember Takahashi, you talk about data. I have pages and pages of data here, and I'm happy to share with you what other cities are doing. Other cities have found funding to give individuals, and this was my first remarks this evening. I was hoping this is what we're going to get from staff, not that they didn't do a good job. I was hoping that they're going to come in and say, oh yeah, we worked it with Wells Fargo across the street. They're going to give them a loan, and you know, we were able to work that magic, or another funding somewhere else. But we don't have that. And we spend so many hours. I'm telling you, I heard that meeting over today, and the amount of time that we spend talking about incentives, and I appreciated Councilmember Takahashi's pushing for incentive to assist the landlords in getting this done. This is where the rebate or the grant or whatever we want to call it came in mind, because this would be a perfect opportunity to do what we've asked them to do last time. So with that, I'm going to let it go. We still have to talk about the $51 and then also the refund for the permit fees.
And so to wrap it up, is this sufficient direction that we are interested in a rebate program and would like something to come back come budget season time?
If I could expand that, so this is what I would recommend, is that as part of a budget discussion paper, if kind of reading the room here, is that we would come back with a budget discussion paper that, one, provides an update on non-city grants, so where we're at with all those acronyms they were using as far as grants, and then at the same time, we'd also provide options for a rebate program. We'd be looking at, so right now in my head I'm kind of looking at $500,000, 5,000. I mean, we'll use that as a basis, and we'll provide some options within that, how we could do that, and we'll try to do a little bit more, knowing that it may happen. We'll definitely try to put some finer details on that. So if you do say yes at that time, I really want to get that going quick, because we're on the clock at that point.
Yes, and you've heard general consensus here from that council in wanting to get that going.
So I'd like to hear if there's votes to actually adopt the ordinance, and then maybe a second motion concerning the PACE resolution and bringing back a general fund rebate program.
Okay.
Before we do that, just real quick, the $51 pass-through, are we comfortable with $51? We did mention we hadn't talked about it yet.
I'm personally comfortable.
Yeah? And then, what was the other?
We have the waive of the permit fee, which was $910, I believe.
100% if they're in
Yes.
compliance at 18 months?
Yes.
And then 50% if they're in compliance by
36
months? I'm comfortable with that.
Yes.
Yeah? Any other stuff?
The only last thing I want to get clear is the noticing for tenants. So are we all in agreement that noticing is coming from the city to all of the tenants?
We could do that, yeah.
Okay, so
Let
noticing.
it be
but-
noted, I tried to save the city some postage and only send it when they're out of compliance, but I'm comfortable sending it up
But
front.
the
too.
landlord should also provide their own.
Posting notice as well.
Yes, letter or notices to their
So-
tenants.
So, post a notice in a common area, and then a letter to each tenant.
Correct, yeah.
So the draft ordinance includes posting. Your motion could include staff direct mailing a notice.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and then my last question, which was, how do we notify, or not notify ourselves, but how can a potential tenant look it up?
So potential tenant could look it up, reaching out to the building division, checking the website. I suppose they could physically see it posted on the building when they do a site visit.
So I would say that perhaps the most accurate way, just to answer folks who I know are interested in this watching at home, and self included, if you want to know, if you're looking to rent somewhere and you want to know if they're seismically compliant, you can call our Building and Safety Division at
818-238-5220.
Thank you. I promise it won't be a pop quiz every time when I'm asking for phone numbers. All right, thank you. So are we all in agreement with all of that? What all sounds good to everybody? Okay, who would like to make a motion?
Yeah, let me see if I can do it with the one change that we need to put in.
We have two.
Well, yeah, two motions. So, okay. All right, so let's do one, move that we adopt an ordinance to amend Title IX, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish mandatory earthquake hazard reduction standards in existing wood frame residential buildings with soft, weak, or open front wall lines by establishing mandatory retrofit regulations under the Community Development Department with the amended change to the current proposed ordinance that notification to tenants come directly from the city, in addition to the standard posting.
So we
we've already
weren't
requested.
gonna, direction to staff would be sufficient. We didn't draft language to drop into the ordinance.
Oh, I see. All right. So can I just remove?
It's what you said, because you already made the motion.
Yes.
And direct staff to mail notices, direct mail notices to tenants.
Okay, that was the intent of my motion. Well, we'll do that separate.
That can be a second one.
So, second.
Okay.
Motion by Anthony, second by Perez. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
And now can I get another motion for the white paper and the white paper rebate program and an update from staff on the grants?
I'll make a motion to bring a budget white paper during budget discussion with the allocation of funding. Do you want me to be specific of 500,000? Sure. Okay. For a rebate program that would apply for retrofit.
And an update, well, I'll second it and give you a friendly amendment, an update from staff on the grant and loan programs that they've looked into.
So, yeah.
The non-city ones.
Yes.
Non-city, okay. So you got that.
So that's a yes motion as amended.
Yes, it is. Yes, as amended.
And the second accepts
Yes.
her amendment to the motion. She
Yes, I do.
seconded. Okay.
All right, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes, and I just want to thank all my colleagues, 'cause I know it's not an easy discussion, and some of these answers do not, or some of these questions don't have direct answers, but I can tell that all of us are just trying to save lives.
Yeah,
here.
this is a.
So thank you.
This is a big money thing. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, moving on.
Our third and final report to council tonight is the adoption of a resolution declaring and certifying the results of the City of Burbank Consolidated General Municipal Election held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Assistant City Clerk Linda Tai, please present the report.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. Linda Tai, Assistant City Clerk. Tonight, I will be presenting item number 9, adoption of a resolution declaring and certifying the results of the City of Burbank Consolidated General Municipal Election held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, pursuant to the provisions of Charter Section 800 and Burbank Municipal Code Section 23113. Candidates to be elected to the office of council member shall be elected at a general municipal election. The candidate who receives the highest number of votes for that office is elected. Per the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, the City of Burbank has 70,474 registered voters. The City of Burbank had 52,834 ballots cast for the November 5th general election, representing a 74.97% return rate for all elected offices. The City Clerk's office thanks the voters for participating in the November 5th election and making their voices heard. The certified report of the results of the votes cast in each precinct, the number of votes cast for each candidate, and the number of ballots received per precinct are attached as Exhibit A to the resolution. I'd like to bring up the PowerPoint slide to provide the council and the public with a comparison of voter turnout in the past few elections. Okay, can we move on to the next slide, please? As you can see, voter turnout increased significantly after the City of Burbank consolidated our elections with the county. More Burbank residents voted this year compared to 2022, although turnout generally increases in presidential election years. While turnout this year was not as high as the record-breaking numbers seen in the 2020 presidential election, Burbank's voter turnout was almost 75%, which exceeds the 66% overall participation rate in Los Angeles County for this election. The staff report provides a table with the votes received by each candidate. The two candidates with the highest number of votes, Constantine Anthony and Chris Rosati, will be sworn in at the council reorganization meeting at 10 a.m. on December 16th. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Tai. And good to hear that our voter turnout is staying high, but we can do better, folks. Let's get out the vote. Anybody have any questions for our Assistant City Clerk or any comments?
Any public testimony?
Oh, yeah. Do we have any public comment?
No cards submitted for this item.
Thank you. Any questions, thoughts, comments, concerns?
Just a quick, thank you to everyone who ran during this election. It's a lot of hard work to run, and we appreciate your interest in being a part of the leadership of the city. And then congratulations to Councilmember Anthony, and to, if you're watching, Mr. Rosati, to future Councilmember Rosati as well, for your win, and I'm looking forward to working with the new council. Thank you.
Councilmember Mullins?
I echo that and agree. Congratulations. And for all, and also for Councilmember-elect, I think it's called, or yes, Chris Rosati, and really everyone who ran. It's very difficult. It's hard. It's not easy to put yourself out there. So great job, everybody. They did really well. Some of them ran for the first time, and they did a good job. So, and then I encourage the voters as well to, I think we need to focus more and more on our local elections, because this obviously could have been a lot higher, but it's still a good number considering it was, at the presidential election. And thanks to the city clerk and the staff for doing a good job and keeping everybody and everything under control during the elections, because I know from experience it's not an easy task. So thank you, everyone.
Councilor Anthony?
I just want to point out one thing. There were 5 elections listed. I believe the one that we just had the most number of city council candidates out of all 5 of that. So people are participating, people are engaged, they're actively running for these offices. So I think that's great.
Thank you, everybody. And yes, we encourage folks to run. Thank you to the folks that ran. The 4 of us up here know it is not
easy. So thank you for your interest. We hope to see you all again running for office and staying engaged in the community. And congratulations to Councilmember Anthony. Welcome back. You hold the record. And congratulations to Councilmember-elect Chris Rosati. We look forward to welcoming you on December 16th at our reorganization meeting. As you can see from all of us up here, we clearly like to match every now and then. So yeah, welcome to the team, and we look forward to working with you. All right. I believe this is a note and file, or do we have to? No.
Resolution.
No, we have to take a vote. All right. Who would like to adopt the resolution? Would our former city clerk like to make it official?
I will make it official. Okay, adopt a resolution of the Council of City of Burbank reciting the fact of the general municipal election consolidated with the general election held in said city on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, declaring the results, therefore, in such other matters as approved by law. Mouthful.
Second.
All right, motion by Mullen, second by Takahashi. Let's proceed to the vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes 4-0. All right, now we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Takahashi, you're ready to go.
I'm ready. All right. On this Monday, December 2nd, I attended the introduction of the Burbank Sister City delegates who are going to be going to Oda, Japan, representing Burbank, and I also got to meet our new library director that day. And then on the 3rd, I attended the Burbank Armenian Association Holiday Mixture, which so many people from the community came. It was a really great coming together. And what I think is the first holiday event of the season. Was it not? Oh, of the season, yeah. And then on the 5th, I attended the SCAG, Southern California Area Government's Energy and Environment Committee, where we heard a presentation about the future of energy demand, electricity demand, which was very important. I sent it along to BWP. On the 6th, I attended at the library the Job Connect Plus Fall 2024 Cohort Recognition Ceremony. That's the 4th cohort that's gone through this program, and a lot of people were missing because they had jobs. So that means it's successful. It's awesome. A lot of people were there too. It was a great ceremony. And then on the 7th, we were all there at the mayor's tree lighting, which was fun. It's always fun. It's always fun to see the kids and the Santa and light the tree and all that. It wasn't too cold. Nice. And then I also wanted to mention that this week I took the bus stop survey. I don't know if you know about the bus stop survey. If you don't, it's going on right now. Opinions about the bus stop. So I gave my opinion about the bus stops that I use. And then I also did the Burbank Fire survey, Burbank Fire Department survey, which was about the emergency services, which I thought was also kind of neat too. So encourage folks who have not taken those surveys yet, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. Councilmember Anthony.
On the 3rd, I went to the Armenian Association Holiday Mixer. The food was fantastic. Friday morning, Walmart was hosting the Salvation Army. They had the Angel Tree Red Kettle campaign. A lot of folks turned out. Tony the Tiger was there. It was great. Later, I missed the entire Job Connect presentation. I was busy doing something else. I don't remember. The next day, I was at the mayor's tree lighting event. The mayor was there, former mayor. So that was cool. I like that he showed up. I mean, he did plan the whole thing. He better have showed up. Sort of. Maybe he didn't do all of it. This morning, actually, I had a meeting with some folks over at BHC just to talk about our loan forgiveness and that whole thing and their concerns and yeah. And then after that, I attended a retirement party for Patty Molinar, who was with the city for 37 years. and has personally helped me with the PASS program every single year. She's fantastic. Her husband works for the city. 2 of her kids work for the city. She's very, very involved, and she had a wonderful turnout. The place was packed, all filled with lavender balloons, her favorite color. So it was really great. Yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet. Councilor Mullins.
Thank you. I too attended the Burbank Armenian Association Holiday Mixer. It was wonderful. On December 5th, I attended SCAG, Community Economic and Human Development Committee meeting. And on the same date, I attended the Arroyo Verdugo Communities GPA meeting in the city of Pasadena. Then I'm on December 6th, that's why I missed the library, the Job Connect. I was at VICA, and later on I saw the vice mayor, their 75th annual meeting program. So it was really well attended. Great turnout, and gave her the oath of office. That was great. And then the tree lighting ceremony, of course, it's always wonderful to see that many people turn out here in front of City Hall. Then the same night, right after the mayor's tree lighting ceremony, I went to Leadership Burbank anniversary party at Nickelodeon. It was a lot of fun. Then on December 9th, I had a meeting with Providence High School leadership. Gave me a tour, showed me the school and all their programs, and I know the council, the rest of you probably end up going and taking the same tour, so that was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mullins. Alrighty, so on Thursday, December 5th, I attended the SCAG Transportation Committee and the SCAG Regional Council meeting as their District 42 representative. It was a great meeting. We talked a little bit about the energy information in the update, which was really great to hear. And the transportation update also had to do with using renewable energy and using electric sources. So a lot of that discussion going on in Southern California. At 5:30, I attended the grand opening ceremony for the Strength Code that same day. If you haven't checked it out, it's a wonderful small gym in our community. And then finally on December 5th, I attended the American School of Martial Arts Master Night, where we got to present the students with certificates for completing their next level of mastery in Kung Fu, and we got to celebrate 60 years of the school being in Burbank and teaching this very particular style from Master Sue. And I finally made it, because I actually used to practice martial arts, but never made it to black belt. I now have an honorary black belt, thanks to them.
Nice.
Yeah. And on Friday, December 6th, I attended the Jobs Connect Plus Fall 2024 cohort recognition ceremony with my 2 colleagues. And at that ceremony, my tire blew out, and Councilmember Anthony very graciously replaced my tire. So thank you for that. And that is why he missed the ceremony. Thank you for that. So that I could very quickly after that make it to VICA's 75th annual meeting, where I had the absolute honor of swearing in the VICA board. I'm excited to work with them. We talked a little bit about the entertainment industry and making sure that stays here in Burbank and in Southern California. And thank you again for making sure I made it. On Saturday, December 7th, I wish I could have been there. I wanted to attend the Burbank Police Officers Annual Holiday Party. Tried. It was too hard to do with the tree lighting ceremony. I got my hand slapped and told to be on time at the tree lighting. And then I attended the mayor's tree lighting with all of my colleagues, former Mayor Schultz, future Congresswoman-elect Laura Friedman, not Councilmember-elect. And we had a great time, and we had a lot of families take pictures with Santa. If you didn't go this year, please go next year. It's a wonderful event and a wonderful opportunity to take a family photo with Santa Claus. And then finally, yesterday, on Monday, December 9th, I had the opportunity and the privilege to welcome Santa to Burbank twice this week. I welcomed Santa to the Tennis Center for our adaptive sports and our special sports student programs.
to do a toy giveaway and just be with the kids. And it was really sweet, really wonderful. Diego from Parks and Rec was there, so thank you to him for facilitating that event. Thank you to Steve Starley for always having wonderful events for our amazing youth at the tennis center. So that was my week. Sorry, y'all, I got to see Santa twice. All right. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the City Council have additional agenda items? Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, so I just wanted to reiterate a previous request for a staff report on the new parking permit process. I know that I think was earlier mentioned about a memo. I'd actually like a report if possible, so we have an opportunity to ask questions and discuss it. Because I think we keep trying to discuss it and we can't because it's not on the agenda. So it'd be great to have it agendized, preferably around the time that it's released, so we can inform the community with a robust discussion, if hopefully not too robust, but robust enough that they get the information that they need. Thank you.
Any other additional agenda items? I would just like an update, this for me, on an agenda item. I asked for an urgency ordinance for a sanctuary city ordinance. So I'd like an update to know when that's coming, because it's kind of timely. That's all.
Yeah, we're looking at the end of next month.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, seeing no other items, we now adjourn the meeting to Monday, December 16th, 2024, for a City Council reorganization meeting at 10 a.m. in the council chambers. We will be a full 5-person council yet again, so we're very excited for that date. We look forward to seeing everybody there at 275 East Olive Avenue, 2nd floor. Thank you, Burbank, and have a wonderful night.